Here's a look at horse number 6. This is Mo King from the Dennis Bosch yard, and this is trading at around about 20 to 1 in the fixed odds betting market, 17 Rand 30 for the win. Does look well in the parade ring, and I'm sure with having one run will improve here, and Calvin Habib certainly riding well.
Yeah, I've always liked these Royal Mos. I've tried to buy a few and they've just gone above my budget. I see that Dennis has put the blinkers on. He thinks, well, I'll get this horse to improve. It's a type of horse that will step up, will enjoy the step up in distance, possibly enjoy the blinkers as well. And this horse is one you put in trifectas and quartets. Number 6, Mo King.
Here's a look at number 7. This is Ironmonger from the MJ Udendal yard with the apprentice aboard, who's taking the 4 kgs off the back. Does have a fairly reasonable draw of 7, and I'm sure they'll be looking for some sort of improvement because the recent form he has been well back.
Yeah, he's got to find a lot, Ironmonger, and might enjoy the extra. You know, he's out of a Daniel Dancer mare, but I want to see more before I start tipping him as well.
Well, majority of the jockeys have mounted up and the runners are making their way down to the starting point. We're going to cross over upstairs to our commentator to take them down to the start.
Thanks very much, Devon and Paul, and also to Dee's downstairs in the Gallop TV studio. We'll be taking you through the afternoon's proceedings. First race, due off in a the bipots approaching 100,000 Rand. Catch KZN Racing via live streaming on www.galloptv.co.za. Mexican Pete, number 4, the first timer, 1 Rand 90, 170 the place. Number 10, Magic Prince, place favourite at 120, 660 the win. First out the chute, number 2, New Spirit, ridden by Tristan Godin. There was anti-posed support for number 3, Press Search, from around 20 and 25 to 1, down 11 to 2 at one stage. It's now trading at around 17 to 2 Rand. Number 2, New Spirit and Tristan Godin, showing the signs of greenness. Number 3, Press Search, Kabele Lahaba. Benny in the area, Samanga Kamalo rides in the first race. Number 5. Number 4, Mexican Pete, Muzieni. Prince of Dubai, number 1, Rachel Benica. 7, Ironmonger, Trent Mayu. Drinks All Round, number 9, Daryl Daniels. Magic Princess Pass By. The Labour, Robert Carty, number 11. I Surrender, number 12, Craig Zaki. Calvin Habib's on number 6, Mo King. 10 minutes to post time. Very good, and welcome to all joining us with some beautiful pictures coming through from KwaZulu-Natal at Hollywood Bets Greyville. We had some early showers this morning, the last 24 hours 2 mils. Looking at the flags, around about a 20-kilometer headwind. Cloudy. And just looking at the track condition is standard. There's the turn for home, and it looks to be a perfect day for racing for all. So best of luck to each and every one of you. That is the scene set, and we're going to hand you down to Devon and also Paul, and then we have Dee's in the Gallop TV studio.
There's just 8 minutes to get your bets on for race number 1 on the card, and we had a good look at them going down to the start. Paul, you picked out number 6 Mo King as a nice roughie, went down well.
Left roughie, definitely. I was impressed with the way this horse went down. It wants the extra ground, it's got the blinkers on, and it wasn't a great start to its career, but it did get left that day, and going the extra ground must include number 6 at 18 rand a win in.
Throw that into all your trifectas and quartets at swingers, etc. at around about 17 rand 90 on the tote and 4 rand 70 for the place. Number 4, Mexican Pete, another one that also looked really well going down to the start, and there has been solid betting support, as we said before.
Yeah, a lot of the clients have come out to see this horse. He's a very attractive horse. He's a master of my fate out of a Gitano Hernando mare. And he wasn't that expensive a horse, but he's a very attractive horse, and there's been a lot of sport. I think Frank's picked the right field. If one looks at this field and he thinks I can take them on, let's go 14. And he's got a good draw, well drawn. I don't know much about the horse, just on what I've seen, but there's a lot of support.
Having a look at number 5, Benny in the area from the Gary Rich yard, which now has Samanga Kumalo aboard. This horse loves to be up there with the speed and is probably going to be in front.
Yeah, quick horse. I think it will be in front. You're right, let's just put that off. And I expect it to go out and make the pace. It's got form, it's got a big chance. Bear in mind its form has all been over shorter, so it'll probably be quite easily up in front of this horse, unless one of these first timers drawn this inside gets a bee in its bonnet and goes up there. But I think this horse will dictate. The form's there. I think it'll get the trip on its pedigree, and I think good chance.
Based on the way that we see the race could be run, there could be some solid speed on, and a horse like number 10 Magic Prince could be flying late in the day.
Yeah, he's got speed as well. He's certainly not short of speed as Magic Prince. And as I said, they've taken the blinkers off because they're going back over this type of trip. It ran third over 14.50 and ran wide that day, so I'll make this a big runner as well. This is, everything hinges, of course, on number 4, Mexican Pete, but yes. Benny in the area, number 10. I'm leaning more to number 10 as opposed to Benny in the area of the horses that have some form.
Okay, so the principal contenders here for race number 1 could be all of numbers 4, Mexican Pete, number 5, Benny in the area, as well as number 10, Magic Prince, and you like number 6, Mo King.
Yeah, if you go through the others, we've got time. We've still got over 5 minutes to go through, but the horses we haven't spoken about when they're parading. I Surrender is a very cheap Mambo in Seattle that Dean and Jane Thomas own together, and debuted at very long odds, was slow out the gate, was never in the race, and beaten 14 lengths. I cannot see that improving that quickly. The one next to it, above it, number 11, Leva, is Yogas's horse. If you have a look at that proprietary form line, we've been saying for some time, it's not the strongest form line.
Yes. Because
this next run, Beyond Tail the Comet, which is turning out to be a very good form race, it was well beaten. And if you have a look at Benny in the area, he was beaten 4 lengths, and then with the proprietor 1.7 to suggest that form line is not that strong. But so I think this horse can improve, Taileva, but also one that sports the blinkers today, but needs to show me a bit more.
Well, it's not the strongest of fields, with all due respect, and possibly a horse like number 2, New Spirit from the Mike Muller yard, may just be able to sneak into the placings or the back end of quartets.
No money for it, no interest, went down looking around, looks a nice type. But I'm bypassing 2 and 3, and I thought 3 went down well, looked very good in the coat, number 3. But there isn't a smidgen of support for those two. A horse like Drinks All Around, Daryl Daniels rides this for Glenn Cotson, this gold standard, and they tried 12, didn't run too well. They tried 14, didn't run too well. Then they jumped it up to 17, and it faded badly that day. So interesting, they dropped it back to a 7, but again, I can't see a horse like that winning.
Well, we've pretty much covered majority of the field here for race number 1, and there's approximately 4 minutes to go to get your bets on, with the current favorite being Mexican Pete from the Frank Robinson yard. A ton of betting support, looked really well in the parade ring and looked very, very well going down to the start. Paul, the rest of the card for the guys out there that want to probably play a place accumulator or a pick six, anything else that you singled out, anything else that you like?
I think Bayview Express is going to be a tough horse to beat. And I think that my two PA bankers would be Bayview Express and Poppy of Bayou. Those are my two PA bankers.
On to race number 3, I quite like number 1, Shaken Not Stirred. I quite like that individual at around about 33 to 10 in the betting market, has drifted slightly, and I thought number 8, English Primrose, could run well. Moving on to race number 4, I quite like number 2, Vengeance Forever, so throw that into all your permutations. Then in race number 5, I like number 5, Just Virginia from the Garth Puller yard with Sereno Mudley aboard. Race 6, I like number 1, Impartial Sipesishle Schlengwa is aboard. This is trading at around about 33 to 10. Don't leave that out of any of your bets. I thought the 7th race was a little bit tricky. Pour Some Sugar on Me from the Dennis Bosch yard with Calvin Habib aboard could run into the money there. I really fancy the chances of her, as well as number 6, Poppy of Bayou from the Duncan Howells yard, who's in great form of late. Then moving on to race number 8, I quite like number 7, that is Black White Dynamite, number 10, Proud Master, and number 3, Mr. Master Starter, as well as number 6, Vasim, who I think is quite a nice outsider with Muzi Yeni aboard. So there's approximately 2 minutes to get your bets on. Anything else you want to add to that, Paul?
Nothing, send it up.
We've covered everything for you in race number 1. We've given you our selections throughout the day. We're going to cross over to Sheldon Peters upstairs to call him home for race number 1. There's 2 minutes to go.
Thanks to Von and Paul. Race number 1, over 1,400 meters. Catch KZN Racing via live streaming on www.galloptv.co.za. A maiden plate, 1,400 meters, final 60 seconds to get your bets on. Number 4, Mexican Pete, 3 Rand 20. And 5, Benny in the Area, 360. 10, Magic Prince is showing up at 5 Rand 20. Just about to go race time. First race at Hollywood Bets Greyville. Prince of Dubai. Drinks all round. Samanga Kamala will be riding Benny in the Area. Richard Ferree has flight complications the first 2 races. So the first 2 races, replacement riders. Our plan A with Benny in the Area, going the 1,400, will be to get to settle. Press searches in. The Labour. I Surrender. Magic Prince. Roy's Dr. Order. Mexican Pete. The first timer to gate 4. Mexican Pete's ready, racing away. Mexican Pete about a half a length slow to go, and Iron Monk amongst the back rank with I Surrender. Benny in the area. Roy's doctor order the first two to respond. Benny in the area, as you can see, is a little bit free, but Samanga Kamala is just trying to keep him together. Mo King's on the outside. It's a very strung out field and they're racing wide. Drinks All Rounders wide, and so too Thaliva. Towards the inside, Prince of Dubai, Blue Sleeves and Cap saves ground as Benny in the area now takes a bit of a hold going past the 800. Magic Prince is mid-division, 6 round M, 3 lengths, Ironmonger, Press Search, way out of the zone. Benny in the area, being kept together, opens up by 3. Benny in the area has a very useful advantage, 400 meters to go. Mo King, Mexican Pete now going to be asked to run, coming to the 300. Benny in the area, Mexican Pete's now got aim on Benny in the area, who starts to drift outwards. 200 meters left to go. Benny in the area by 3 parts, but now Mexican Pete is starting to wear him down. All over. Mexican Pete, game, set, match, 3 lengths. Benny in the area second, Magic Prince, then came Mo King. Well, the talk was big for number 4, Mexican Pete. The money came, and you could see past the 200. Benny in the area had had enough, and a son of Master of My Fate, Frank Robinson, another runner that they'll land. And again, Mr. Sid Mudley come through, I think at a Sovereign State. Benny in the area second. Magic Prince, Mo King, well stretched out. Turning for home, Benny in the area. It was always going to be a case of would he settle? He didn't quite settle. And over the last 200 meters, Muzieni knew he had everything under control. And the Master of My Fate, well done to Frank Robinson. He did say after that last win, he's got some better than that. And as you saw, the money came, ended up at 320, the tote favourite, shot to number 5, Benny in the area, but number 4, Mexican Pete, started to grind away the last 100 metres, and Muzieni for Frank Robinson, bred by the Himalayan Artist stud, will bring home the money.
Well, the opening event's gone to the strongly fancied Mexican Pete, the Master of My Fate, bred by Himalayan Order, trained by Frank Robinson, ridden by Muzieni for Mr. Sid Mudley. And on the button, they fancied it, and it ran a cracking good race to make a sparkling debut. That's number 4, Mexican Pete. well. The unraced and strongly fancied Mexican Pete has made a winning debut in fine fashion. And we've got our winning groom here with us, and his name is Kaya and Thuli. Well done to Kaya and Thuli, who looks after Mexican Pete. Right, Frank, no sign of Muzi. Come and have a chat. Well done. The first time I saw him was in the ring. I thought he looked a very smart type horse.
Lovely athletic horse, Lef. Always showed nice work at home. To be honest with you, I hadn't had him 100% prepared today. I think field wasn't good. You know, this was a
weak field.
Yeah, so he got away with it. But he's a derby type horse. I think he'll improve even more. You know.
Yeah, I was impressed because he looked a little lost in the first furlong or two. Then he got into it.
Yeah, the whole way around actually niggled him, but I could expect that because I've never brought him. I've never had Summerfeld be on the grass twice, I think. But he is a quality horse. Well done to Sid again. Spent a lot of money for me. I'm very happy for him.
Any more runners?
Yeah, got a chance in the next. Wild Star in second last time. His work is decent. He'll give a good account to himself. And the filly mount at the back, she'll be running on. She may just need it though.
Thanks for your help, Frank. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Right, Sid. Come and have a chat, Sid, while we wait for music. Come in, both of you. Come over. Firstly, congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. And I thank the trainer and the groomsmen, and I thank Sid, my son. This is the first time I'm coming, and now he's winning. I'm more than excited. I'm lost for words. I can't have nothing more to say. I said congratulations to Sid and the family, the rest of the family.
Well done, Mom.
Yes, thank you.
All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Sid, nice to see your mother come and join you. Come inside the winning, get our board in the background. Let's face the camera. A terrific few days.
Yeah, it is very exciting. I have no words. I'm just happy my mom is here, my family is here to enjoy this moment. It's all about having fun and enjoying within this game. A big thank you to Frank and the boys in the yard. Thank you to Mesha for all the support and everybody else that supports me in this game. And yeah, I'm just excited. I mean, we have nice horses and everything's going well, and this year we just have a good time. Yeah.
Have a lot of fun.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks very much, Sid. Muzi's made it. About time. Where'd you go? To Clearwood?
I knew you had a few people on course, so I thought let me get the saddle ready for the next race quickly.
Nice type of horse.
Yes, mister. I know it's early days, but it's a nice size, and I got to say well done to Frank. And
Did your hair to right?
yeah, it's just a little bit tight. So I don't know how. It's brand new. So what do you call this? Feels like almost like old decorated type horses. It feels like the further you go, the better it'll get, and I think it was nice of Frank to give him a bit of time, Mr. Gatsby, and not chase the 2-year-old races over sprint.
Yes.
And sometimes we've got a couple of nice 3-year-olds and they get a little bit lost.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So
it's promising.
Yes, it's promising, definitely.
What the rest of your card look like? Is that promising?
Yeah, it's obviously with the money coming for this horse, it looked like I was hoping the betting was correct. I want to say English Primrose won a good race in the third. And I think Vasim will run a blinder today. I'm back on him. I haven't ridden him in a long time, and I get along with him. I want to
put him in everything.
Yeah, I rode him in a group race. I know the race is competitive, but he's a classy sprinter. He loves the poly, and I think he'll give it a big count of himself. I think it's value for money.
Thanks, Muzi. Well done.
Thank you very much, and good luck to you with Rachel's horse. Thank you.
Beg your pardon?
And to Stone Stemco, thank you.
Okay, I didn't get the last part, but well done. I think he's talking about his sponsor. Well done to Frank. He got the horse Mexican Pete right, and very nice for Sid to have his family here, his wife, his mom and dad. Lovely to see them here, and Mexican Pete has won the first.
Mexican Pete ready, racing away. Mexican Pete about a half a length slow to go, and Iron Monk amongst the back rank with I Surrender. Benny in the area, Roy's Doctor Order, the first two to receive. He's a little bit free, but Samanga Kamala's just trying to keep him together. Mo King's on the outside. It's a very strung out field and they're racing wide. Drinks All Rounders wide, and so too Thaliva. Towards the inside, Prince of Dubai, Blue Sleeves and Cap saves ground as Benny in the area now takes a bit of a hold going past the 800. Magic Prince is mid-division, 6 lengths off them. I Surrender's around them, 3 lengths Ironmonger. Press Search way out of the zone. Benny in the area being kept together, opens up by 3. Benny in the area has a very useful advantage. 400 meters to go. Mo King, Mexican Pete's now going to be asked to run coming to the 300. Benny in the area. Mexican Pete's now got aim on Benny in the area, who starts to drift outwards. 200 meters left to go. Benny in the area by 3 parts, but now Mexican Pete is starting to wear him down. All over. Mexican Pete, game, set, match, 3 lengths. Benny in the area second, Magic Prince, then came Mo King. Well, the talk was big for number 4, Mexican Pete. The money came. Benny in the area had enough, and the son of Master of My Fate, Frank Robinson, another runner that they'll land the gamble. We saw the other day that runner for Mr. State. Been in the area second. Magic Prince, Mo King, well stretched out. Turning for home, Benny in the area. It was always going to be a case of would he settle? He didn't quite settle. And over the last 200 meters, Muzieni knew he had everything under control. And the Master of My Fate, well done to Frank Robinson. He did say after that last win, he's got some better than that. And as you saw, the money came, ended up at 320, the tote favourite shot to number 5, Benny in the area, but number 4, Mexican Pete, started to grind away the last 100 metres, and Muzieni for Frank Robinson, bred by the Himalayan artist stud, will bring home the money.
Race number 2 on the day, the start of the place accumulator over 1600 meters. Get your bet on by 1 o'clock on the afternoon. This is a maiden handicap. It's not an easy start to the place accumulator. They bet in 9-2 the field here. King Bavarian, Mr. Lincoln, both trading at 9-2, 11-2 King Seville. 6-1 about Venerable, Tobacconist 7-1, and better bar those. Now, as I mentioned, tricky start to the start of the place accumulator. You can make a case for many runners in this event. This horse, Tobacconist, Graham, we were just speaking about him off. He's improved in a short space of time and fought last time out behind Aberdeen. He's got a nice low galloping weight. His only concern would be the draw, but he's been drawn. Give him a chance and allow him to run. And so I think he could certainly be very competitive here. And then his fellow 3-year-old number 4, King of Seville, I think could be a lurker in this event. They've obviously gelded him after his last start, and I think that could have done the trick with this individual. He's the son of Potala Palace. He's had 2 starts on the surface, hasn't really put his best foot forward, but I think now after gelding, if gelding has done the trick with him from a neat draw, Calvin Abeba board 56.5, I think he could be competitive. So between those 2 3-year-olds, I think they could possibly fight out the finish, but it's certainly not cut and dry.
It's not, because these maiden handicaps can be quite tricky, but yeah, the draw is a big concern with number 11 Tobacconist, but it's incredible how quickly he's improving. First 2 starts were horrendous, and then the penny started to drop as he went a bit further, and I think he's going to end up being better than a 73 of the evidence before us and the manner in which he's improving. So he comes into this maiden handicap with a rating of 73, carrying just 52.5. Despite the draw, he is the horse to beat this 3-year-old son of Flower Alley. So 11 Tobacconist I'd make my top choice. On recent form, Mr. Lincoln has got him beat on the Medal of Freedom form. But I do think that Tobacconist is improving so quickly that he can reverse the order with Mr. Lincoln. But I think you've got to throw Mr. Lincoln in. And yes, I agree with you. The appeal Can King of Seville give 4 kilograms to the other 3-year-old? Well, only the race will show that. But I think from a bipod and a place accumulator point of view, I'm not going to nail my colours to the mast in a maiden handicap. So 4 King of Seville, 8 Mr. Lincoln, 11 Tobacconist would be the 3 I include. But definitely, despite the draw, number 11 Tobacconist, my top choice.
I think even number 7 True Trojan, who showed some improvement last time out behind Twatwa Cut, who obviously has come through to win once again to Frankie's own form, and this horse has just got 55.5 with the 1.5 kgs from Rachel Vinica. I think he's another one that you can include.
Yeah, I think for bipods and place accumulators, but when you're talking about trifectas and quartets, even also like number 1, His Master's Voice, King Bavarian has got to have a chance. Wild Style on his good last run behind George Handel, that's got to have a chance. True Trojan. So it's not a cut and dried affair. I just think that Tobacconist has the potential to this maiden handicap over 73, and that might give him the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. Horse number 11 with a C50/Lengua board for the MJ Odendal. Possibly the horse to beat, but healthy respect for number 4 King of Seville and number 8 Mr. Lincoln in the start of the place accumulator. So you could possibly go with those 3 horses. If not, you want to include a few more. Horses are in the ring here for race number 2, and currently in picture is number 1 His Master's Voice from the Yogas Governor Yard, R7.50 for the win on the tote, trading at around about 8 or 10 to 1 in the fixed odds betting market. I thought this is a runner here, Paul.
No, the run to Paris Rain was good. Could be back-to-back wins for Master of My Fate, but that last run showed that he just wasn't good enough, because his form before that wasn't that good. So maybe the Paris Rain where it went to front, which I think might be the tactics again. The last run worries me a little bit, but the run to Paris Rain from the front was decent.
Here's a look at number 11, a Tobacconist from the MJ Odendal Yard with the C50/Lengua board, improving with each and every start, does have a very tricky draw to contend with.
Yeah, lightweight. You know, MJ has also got to have it's an improving horse. The last one was a good run from a very bad draw. So I think this horse is going the right way, and with that weight, got to be a major runner. What are we looking at? 590 on the tote.
Here's a look at number 3. This is Cometh the Wharf with the Jason Gates aboard for trainer Peter Muscat. Hasn't raced for 126 days, but the form is uninspiring.
Absolutely. We'll have to leave it to that. Peter's had 18 weeks to try and get the form back in. Peter would have got this horse fit. It looks very, very well, but the ability is in question. A beautifully bred horse. So give me the green light gelding. And it has run the poly. It was beaten a long, long way, but it did place.
Here's a look at horse number 2. This is Russian Writer from the Wendy Whitehead Yard, which is trading at around about 12 to 1. It's got Cole Dickon aboard. Steady progress with each and every run. Does have a good draw.
Yeah, slowly getting better. From a good draw could be placed. It must have a chance going the mile. On their last run, was a bit slow out, but it's drawn well again. It never seems to get too bad a draw. And you'll find that this horse is one you must put in your trifectas and quartets. That's number 2, Russian Writer, the Futura gelding.
Here's a look at number 5. This is King Bavarian from the Allison Wright
Bavarian,
yard.
so you said Bavarian.
Bavarian with Muzi Yeni aboard. This has received a lot of betting support on the tote, Paul.
Yeah, well, it's got some form, you know. It comes back down to a mile, and its last run over a mile was right on top of Wild Style, who's also in the race. Muzi looking for a quick double, but it has a chance. It's not a good thing, but it's definitely, it's someone that's getting better and has a chance too.
Here's a look at number 6. This is Wild Style from the Frank Robinson yard, and they'll be looking for a quick double here. It's got Caden Brewer aboard. Good last run behind George Handel.
Yeah, good young rider, Caden. And Frank did say in the interview that he thought it'd run well here. Last time out, they decided, boom, instead of over racing like it did 2 runs back, let's go and make the pace. So there's a couple here that can set the pace, from his Master's Voice to Wild Style. It should be a good pace on. Beautifully turned out by Frank. The stable is obviously very well, and it must have a chance, must have supporters. What is it at the moment? 10 Rand 20. They're bypassing it a little.
Here's a look at number 4, King of Seville from the Glen Cotson yard with Calvin Habib aboard. This one's making steady progress, always there or thereabouts lengthwise, and has been gelded on the 20th of June. So I'm sure they'll be expecting a much better performance now.
Yeah, they must be. It's never far off, puts in decent effort, and one you can't discount.
Here we can see apprentice Trent Mayhew jumping aboard number 10, Venerable, who I thought must have a chance here with a solid speed on, and he takes the 4 kgs off the back. And I remember calling this horse when he ran 4th to Paris Rain, really ran on strongly. So if he gets a good run in transit, I think he's going to be flying late.
Yeah, they've got the cheek pieces on. They're claiming the 4 kilos because one can draw comparisons between tobacconist and that, and it's getting a pull in the weights now, Venerable.
Well, the jockeys have mounted up, and majority of these runners have exited the parade ring, and they'll be making their way down to the start. We're going to cross over to Sheldon Peters upstairs to take them down.
Thanks very much, Devon. Race number 2, Track and Ball Gaming Maiden Handicap. Take note, it's a maiden handicap. Therefore, you'll see the different weights. Number 11, Tobacconist. 52.5 kilograms on the back. 5 Rand 20. Favorite number 5, King Bavarian. 57.5 kgs on the back at 3 Rand 60. His Master's Voice number 1, Robert Carty, leads the parade. Russian Writer number 2, Cole Dickin. Come at the War number 3, Jason Gates. King of Seville number 4, Calvin Habib. King Bavarian number 5, Muzieni. Passing by King of Seville. Number 1, His Master's Voice. Russian Writer is number 2, Cole Dickin. Get those place accumulator bets on. Number 6, Wild Style, Caden Brewer. King Bavarian number 5. Cometh the War, Hard Held. Number 8, Mr. Lincoln, Tristan Godden. 980. True Trojan number 7, Rachel Venica, 8 Rand 70. Number 9 is Mighty Rain, Nicholas Patel. True Trojan, number 7, passing by. Next up, Mighty Rain. Number 10 is Venerable, Trent Mayhew. Number 11, Tobacconist, Sipasetle Tlengwa. Light Galloping Mass. Get those place accumulator bets on, approaching 170,000 Rand.
Hi, welcome back to the second race on the card today, and I'm just checking to see if there are any changes. There are. Number 10, Venerable gets the cheek pieces, and Tristan Godden gets the mount on number 8, Mr. Lincoln. I believe Richard hasn't been taken off his rides later, that possibly he is going to be getting here late. So that's that. I've arrived, I've just been told. Thank you for that. Right, let's go and work our way through what is a tough race. The favourite at the moment is King Bavarian. Muzi Yeni looking for quick double for Alison Wright. The horse that comes back to my. We start with that. What do you think?
Yeah, I had a good look at this horse's replays, that he has been there or thereabouts. He's got Muzi Yeni aboard, who's already had a winner. I think you've got to factor him into the equation based on the field, and I say that with all due respect, but with no degree of great confidence.
Okay. Right, well, I'm going to start at the top. We've still got 5 minutes. His master's voice, Yogus, is always horse 3 runs on the poly. It's a run at place. 2 runs back was a good run. Set pace a good few times in his career. There are a few that like to go up there as well. Should be interesting. Got to be up there in the vanguard, eh?
Yeah, it's got a very good draw, and he needs to repeat that run on the 19th of June, but he's carrying 60 here.
Yeah, that's true. Right, Russian Writer, and this is Cookie Whitehead's horse with Cole Dickin, slowly getting better. Didn't get away on time this time. This horse did bleed once before, was suspended, came back, was awkward. Next time got left, but it's definitely getting better. I think this horse will be ripe and ready to go here and must have a chance. It's number 2, 480 a place on number 2, Russian Writer.
Moving on to horse number 3, Cometh the War from the Peter Muscat yard with Jason Gates aboard. This is one of the outsiders of the field. The form is a bit uninspiring for me.
Yeah, never been in the betting, never produced anything, but Peter's a very shrewd trainer. He's given it 18 weeks off, and I think he knows he can't bring a horse to the race that's not going to run well, that's got that form. So I think there will be improvement, or else it's just not a good horse.
Moving on to horse number 4, King of Seville from the Glen Cotson yard with Calvin Habib aboard. He's certainly riding well here at Hollywood Bets Greyville. This could be the improver with just 56.5 kgs on his back, and has been gelded on the 20th of June.
Yeah, a good chance. This horse, the last 2 runs were decent runs. They had put the blinkers on, they've left them on. I think this horse could be in the scrum as well, and this currently at 9 Rand 40, also big odds, 280 a place. That's number 4, King of Seville.
We've spoken about number 5, King Bavarian. Moving on to horse number 6, Wild Style from the Frank Robinson yard with Caden Brewer aboard. A very good last run.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sid Mudley again. He'll be hoping for another one. The form's similar to King Bavarian. If you look at the George Handel run, it beat George Handel. Again, the key is going to be the pace. This horse put in its best effort by going up there. Now, we know his master's voice likes to get up there. So there's 1 or 2 on this inside he'll like to be handy. It'll be very interesting how this race unfolds. I think there'll be plenty of speed.
Number 7 is True Trojan from the Garth Puller yard. Rachel takes the 1.5 kgs off the back, and this horse has never been far off the action in the last 2 starts.
Yeah, absolutely. The last one was a fair run from a deep draw. You know, it was drawn 12 of 13. It's come back down to the mile, and I'd give it a place chance. I think there's still improvement to come.
Number 8 is Mr. Lincoln from the Garth Puller yard, and that's now got Tristan Godden aboard. Last 2 starts, fair efforts, finishing 4th and 3rd prior to that.
Yeah, it's never ever really found support. The one day I went up for 6 to 1, it ran third, looked like it was going to progress from there, it hasn't. Coming down the Merit 18s, but the last 2 runs weren't the worst, and it's got to have some sort of a chance, I suppose. What is the totem at 8 rand? So there is a touch of support for it.
Moving on to number 9, Mighty Rain from the MJ Odendaal yard with the Nicholas Patel aboard. A little bit of a disappointing last start there, finishing 12.2 lengths behind Duke of Africa.
Yeah, if one looks at the George Handel form, it's going to have to improve on that. Not that I think it could be the best form line, but for me, it's got a lot to do, and the public seem to agree with me. 37 rand 40.
Number 10, Venerable from the Wayne Badenhorst yard with Trent Mayu aboard. He takes the 4 kgs off, and I've noticed every time that this horse has a bad draw, seems to run well. I remember that run on the 19th of June when finishing 1.9 lengths behind Paris Rain. Really ran on very strongly on that occasion. So with some solid speed expected in the race, I really fancy the chances of number 10, Venerable. I think it's a good each-way bet.
Yeah, I think Trent will help it getting the 4 kilos off. One considers the runs between Venerable and Tobacconist behind Aberdeen makes very little between them now, so even though Tobacconist looks to be an improving sort, there shouldn't be too much between 10 and 11.
Well, we've pretty much covered the field, and the principal runners are number 4, King of Seville, as well as number 11, Tobacconist, and my roughie is number 10, Venerable. With a minute to go, we're going to hand you upstairs to Sheldon Peters to call them home for race number 2.
Thanks very much. Current favourite, King Bavarian, number 5, at 4 rand 90. King Bavarian, 490 and 260. Number 11, Tobacconist, the place favourite at 2 rand, just shortened 180, and now a joint 5 rand. Favourite with number 5, King Bavarian. Get those place accumulator bets on. Just about to get a race time. Runners look to be heading in the right direction towards the gates. 1600 meters the distance. Venerable, Russian Rider, getting closer. Mr. Lincoln. Cometh the War, King of Seville ready. King Bavarian's in gate 5. His Master's Voice. Mighty Rain, Tobacconist in gate 11. So your tactics will be used with Tobacconist, just 52.5 kilograms on the back. Venerable's up. 1600 meters on their way. Cometh the War, a little bit slow to go. Mighty Rain amongst the back rank, and Tobacconist is last of all. Venerable's just around them. His Master's Voice heads sideways into the first turn, not too much speed on. Wild Styles moving around into second. Then we have King of Seville. Russian Rider, black and white silks at the paint. Then we have King Bavarian. That's in the green and white silks. Taking a bit of a tug there. King Bavarian a little bit strong. Muzieni's got to get this one to settle in. Cometh the War towards the inside. Mr. Lincoln. Venerable's around them. Then we drop further back in the running. True Trojan, 5-6 lengths off the leaders, Mighty Rain, Tobacconist. Past the 8 peg goes His Master's Voice by 3 parts. Wild Style races alone in second. King Bavarian's making a move around in the green and white silks. King of Seville on his inside. Then comes Russian Rider, comes under the drive to the inside. Cometh the War, also asked to pick up. Mr. Lincoln, the orange cap, could still have a say with about 4 lengths to make up. Then Tobacconist. His Master's Voice as they come to the final 350. Venerable on the outside. Mr. Lincoln's looking to warm up the orange cap. Tobacconist the inside. 200 meters left to go. On the outside, His Master's Voice. Tobacconist on the inside. Here's Tobacconist starting to pick them up with the 52.5 kilograms. And number 11, Tobacconist to win. His Master's Voice second. Venerable. And then came Mr. Lincoln. Well, this being a maiden handicap, number 11 Tobacconist with 52.5 kilograms on his back. He looked the horse to beat. Number 11 Tobacconist on a number of the punters. Graham Hawkins, I think Rahil, and a host of the punters out there. They clocked on very quickly and they'll take full advantage in a maiden handicap. His master's voice, Venerable Mr. Lincoln. MJ Undal, a script come together. Tobacconist had the 4 runs to date, showed the improvement. I didn't think we'd be dropped out to the back of the field with a light weight, but never mind. What counts is the winning post. Tobacconist starts to pour on the pressure. Well done to Adam Kethro Property Trust, Adam Kethro, and MJ Undal Racing Stables pays up at R6.20 and 2.10. Sipasetle Flengwa, the maiden handicap, number 11 Tobacconist, Sunflower Alley, Bilgerbos Drift and Maritz Fontaine, no doubt the horse to beat.
Well, you've just seen the running of race number 2, and it has been won by number 11 Tobacconist, and this is from the MJ Undal yard. Came swooping through from the back end of the field under Sipesihle Schlengwa. Well done to all the winning connections. This was bred by Bilgerbos Drift and Maritz Fontaine. The owners Adam Kethro Property Trust, nominee Mr. A.W. Kethro, and MJ Undal Racing Stables. Well done to all the winning connections there of number 11 Tobacconist, and that's about to be led straight into the number 1 box. Welcome back to the winners area here at Hollywood Bets Greyville Racecourse. We've just seen a Tobacconist from the MJ Undal yard. It was ridden by Sipasi/Lengwa, and the groom, his name is Sikatanda, and he receives 2,000 Rand on behalf of Gold Circle and Hollywood Bets. Well done to you, sir. Great victory. Okay, let's get the winning trainer in first. Let's get MJ in. MJ, well done. You must be really impressed with this victory, the way he quickened up.
Yeah, very big thanks to Mr. Adam Ketro. Thanks, Ketro. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for your confidence, your faith. It does help when you've got people who believe in you and they motivate you. When I saw this race at the weights, I always thought, even from the draw, and I mean for a young horse to come from the back.
Yes.
Look, I know, with all due respect, none of these horses are going to go to Hollywood, but I would certainly think out of all of them, he could become the best horse in out of the slot. You know, not easy for a horse to make it up from there. He's still on the improve. When Sean rode him for me on the poly, he said to me, "Smart horse, still just getting there." So we're happy for the win. I'm just very confused with Mighty Rain, because Mighty Rain actually works with this horse. They work together, so he's a bit of a show pony at home, so we'll have to work him out. But thank you to Mr. Ketro and to Spare. You know, I said to him, all you have to do is ride this horse with confidence. I said to him, ride him like he's a 7 to 10 shot, and he'll come home for you.
Lovely stuff. Congratulations once again to you and your entire team. And if I'm not mistaken, you got 3 runners left for the day.
Yeah, we've got Inga Cara, who's just about to being retired, although I think she could run a decent race. Certainly for Mr. Sonasundram, I think could run a good race today, especially I think the conditions could suit horses from a bit off the speed today by the looks of things, you know, and so it's hard to work out with him partial. He's drawn one, but I've probably never had him as well as he is today, so.
All the best, MJ. Keep it up.
Cheers, thank you. And just to Nkalagata and Tabu, Siabong.
Lovely stuff. Let's get the winning rider in, Sipasi/Lengwa. A great ride from you, but MJ said ride him with confidence. You must be really thrilled with the way he quickened up.
Yes, definitely. M gave me all the confidence coming into the race. Been working him at home, and M's been telling me about him and how to ride him exactly, you know. And then when he came to the parade ring, he told me, just trust me, the last 100 or 150 look kicking well for you, just ride him with confidence. And that's exactly what really helped me, you know. I came to the race with a lot of confidence, so I'm just really grateful for the ride. To the owners, thank you very much. MJ, to Terran, thank you very much, and to the Academy Ride Masters, and to my sponsor Eversham Park, thank you.
Excellent stuff. If I'm not mistaken, you've got 2 rides left. Could we see you here again? Well, I hope so. I think so.
Yes, definitely. I'm hoping. I've still got another one for Mr. Onadal, Impartial. So I'm just really hoping that come back here.
Lovely stuff. Keep it up, Spare.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff there. Speaking to MJ Undal and Sipasi/Lengwa, they claimed race number 2 on Tobacconist.
Right. 1,600 meters on their way. Cometh the Wall, a little bit slow to go. Mighty Rain amongst the back rank, and Tobacconist is last of all. Venerables just around them. His Master's Voice heads sideways into the first turn, not too much speed on. Wild Styles moving around into second. Then we have King of Seville. Russian Rider, black and white silks at the paint. Then we have King Bavarian, that's in the green and white silks. Taking a bit of a tug there. King Bavarian a little bit strong. Muzieni's got to get this one to settle in. Come at the War towards the inside, Mr. Lincoln, Venerables around them. Then we drop further back in the running, True Trojan, 5-6 lengths off the leaders, Mighty Rain, Tobacconist. Past the 8 peg goes His Master's Voice by 3 parts. Wild Style races alone in second. King Bavarian's making a move around in the green and white silks. King of Seville on his inside. Then comes Russian Writer, comes under the drive to the inside. Cometh the War, also asked to pick up. Mr. Lincoln, the orange cap, could still have a say with about 4 lengths to make up. Then Tobacconist. His Master's Voice as they come to the final 350. Venerable on the outside. Mr. Lincoln's looking to warm up the orange cap. Tobacconist the inside. 200 meters left to go. On the outside, His Master's Voice. Tobacconist on the inside. Here's Tobacconist starting to pick them up with the 52.5 kilograms. And number 11, Tobacconist to win. His Master's Voice second. Venerable. And then came Mr. Lincoln. Well, this being a maiden handicap, number 11, Tobacconist, with 52.5 kilograms on his back. He looked the horse to beat. Number 11, Tobacconist, and a number of the punters. Graham Hawkins, I think Rahil, and a host of... They clocked on very quickly, and they'll take full advantage in a maiden handicap. His Master's Voice, Venerable, Mr. Lincoln, MJ Undal, a script come together. Tobacconist had the 4 runs to date, showed the improvement. I didn't think we'd be dropped out to the back of the field with a light weight, but never mind. What counts is the winning post. Tobacconist starts to pour on the pressure. Well done to Adam Kethro Property Trust, Adam Kethro, and MJ Undal Racing Stables pays up at 6 Rand 20 and 210. Sipasetle Flengwa, the maiden handicap, number 11, Tobacconist, a son of Flower Alley, Bilgerbos Drift, and Maritz Fontaine, no doubt the horse to beat.
The start of the Pick 6 gets underway at 13:35. Fillies and Mares 66 handicap over 1600 meters, and at the time of recording it's a field of 9 runners that line up for this contest. Now your early favorite is number 5, Queen Bomi, from around 5-2 into 2-1, 7-2 about Shaker Not Stirred. Rowan's Dream has found a touch of support from 7-1 into 11-2, and then it's a race where you can make a case for quite a few horses here. But I think number 1, Shaker Not Stirred. Now, if we have a look at her last 4 starts, she's been drawn 8, 9, 10, 8, and she's had to be used up from the draw. Now that she's drawn in gate number 1, going over a trip that she has run very good races in, I think she could make all in this lineup and could just be a hard horse to peg back. Sean Veal knows her well. He's narrowly been denied on her on 2 occasions when running second, and I'm sure that he'll be looking to get the job done on this filly. She's got Saturn Moon held on her last start, and I think she could just be the right horse in the race, but obviously number 5, Queen Bomi, does come into it. She's running KZN before, and she's run a good second.
Yeah, she has run over the course in distance, and the Paul Matchett stable is absolutely flying. He brings 2 runners to this meeting, Queen Bomi and Pretty in Pearls a little later on. But I'm in your camp, Rahil. Nice to see Duncan Howells have a winner early in the season.
Yes.
He had a frustrating run more often than he would like to have been. But those seconds will start to turn into wins, and that could be the case here with number 1, Shaken Not Stirred. As you said, she's been awkwardly drawn in most of her recent runs, so she sets the standard. There's no question. I mean, this is a Fillies and Mares 66 handicap. It's ripe for a potential upset. It is the first leg of the Pick 6, but it's certainly number 1, Shaken Not Stirred, could have all of her local rivals held. Yeah. But I do think, given Paul Matchett's form, given that he knows what it takes to win a race up here, and he does so with some regularity, I would certainly include number 5, Queen Bomi, as well. 3 runs back. She ran over this course and distance, ran second to Duchess of Gold. Not the strongest of form by any manner of means, but the fact is that he's not coming here because he doesn't think she can't, she can't win. So he's in good form. So I would certainly just include numbers 1 Shaken Not Stirred and 5 Queen Bomey in bipots and place accumulators. You might get away with Shaken Not Stirred as a place accumulator banker. It's up to you how you play the pick 6, because these low-grade fillies and mares handicaps can provide some surprise results, but I'm tempted to roam just with the 2, 1 Shaken Not Stirred and 5 Queen Bomey.
Graham, what's your thoughts on number 8 English Primrose? Because I thought she was quite a surprise winner last time. I know she dropped in the rating, but her form was...
Yeah, now is she going to run 2 races alike? Number 8 English Primrose was start to finish winner last time in Leicester company. I don't think she's going to get matters quite her own way this time. The stable companion Forged in Ice was very strong in last time, and she went lame. That's Forged in Ice, and gave me no kind of a run at all. She pulled up lame. She's back quite soon after, but she's also had one good run over this track and trip, and if you go back 3 runs, she ran second to Malcolm's Dream.
Yes.
And that form is looking pretty decent, but I think that it does rest between numbers 1 shortlist.
Shaken Not Stirred could certainly be the right horse in the 3rd race on the day, but include horse number 5 Queen Bomey. She comes in to the race with some decent form behind her, and she could certainly go close in this event. But 1 and 5, the horses that could potentially fight out race number 3. Race 3, it's the first leg of the pick 6, and that pool is sitting on 263,000 and climbing. Currently in picture is number 3 Rowan's Dream from the Michael Miller yard with Tristan Godden aboard. Fair last effort, lengths-wise only finished 2.75 lengths behind, rocking the time away. Does have a very reasonable draw here in a smallish field.
Yeah, the only win was on Polly, so I got to have a chance. Not a good thing, but I'd certainly give it a shot.
Number 4 is Maggie T from the Mark Dixon yard, one of the outsiders of the field at around about 16 to 1 in the fixed odds betting market. Just glancing at the tote there, that's paying 17 Rand 40 for the win. Last 2 starts a little bit uninspiring. The last start finished 8th, but only 5 lengths behind Blush of Dawn.
Yeah, Maggie T, Mark Dixon's run. Won twice out of 7 on the Polly, but last couple of runs a bit offish. Here's number 1. This is the horse that you gave a big chance to, wasn't it?
Shaken Not Stirred does form part of my top 4 selections. Does have a plum draw, and this is quite a robust individual from the Duncan Howells yard. Will be up there in the vanguard, and she loves to race handy, so I'm expecting a massive run from number 1, Shaken Not Stirred.
Yeah, I agree with you. Number 9, here's the next one for us to talk about. Saturn Moon, and out of the very low mare Sedera, who started off her career Fine style. This comes back to a mile, way better than the last run. Seems a temperamental last run.
Yeah, just draw a line through that last start. You can see it was checked by the vet on that occasion. Does have a little bit of a tricky draw to contend with, but there is scratchings on the inside and it is a small field, and this one might just be able to make the frame and fill up the trifectas or quartets.
Yeah, there are scratchings. You're right, so that might just help. Okay, that's number 9. Number 2, here we go. Gelsomina, this is from the Wendy Whitehead stable, has some form on the poly. The twice over, I think better than that last effort as well.
Yeah, like you said, has form on the poly, and Calvin have been riding really well. The Wendy Whitehead yard, excuse me, they're in top form as well. So I think if this horse reproduces that run on the 24th of May or the 16th of July, may be able to just find the frame from a good draw.
Yeah, true. Here's number 8. This is English Primrose. Note the cheek pieces, it runs with them. From the Wayne Bardnell stables. Had 3 starts in the poly. It's 1-1. It's placed 3rd one. Horse that likes to race up there. It's a horse that got in from Lucky. And could this keep progressing? It is a 53. Very rated horse.
Yeah, it is a low division race this, but I had a good look at those replays of this horse English Primrose, and I definitely think that this is a massive runner here.
Okay.
At around about 4.60 for the win and 2.20 for the place. Just the manner in which she won that last start. I know it was by a very short margin, but I definitely think she's a massive runner here based on the way how I see this race will pan out. The runners have exited the parade ring. Let's go upstairs to Sheldon Peters to take them down.
Thanks very much. Runners for race number 3, which is the Greyville Convention Centre, 66 handicap, over 1,600 metres. The pick 6 is on 300,000 Rand. 11 minutes to get those bets on, so no excuses. 11 minutes to get those pick 6 bets on. Number 1, Shaken Not Stirred, Seanville. For the Duncan Howes stable, for Messrs Reardon and Ramnath. Number 2 is Gelsomina, Kelvin Abib for Wendy Whitehead, who also owns in partnership with Mr. Howard, Ian Howard. Number 1, Shaken Not Stirred. Number 3 is Rowan's Dream, Tristan Godden. Number 2, Gelsomina passing by. Rowan's Dream for the Mike Millett team. SA Punters Forum Syndicate. Mr. Deva Govender, the nominee. Number 4, Maggie T. For Messrs. Lynn, Cumming, Dixon, Larson. The informed Mark Dixon stable, Cole Dickin. Number 3, Rowan's Lost. Number 8 is English Primrose, Muzieni. Coat Glistening. As number 4, Maggie T. Number 8, English Primrose. Will pass just in front of Maggie T. Number 6 is Rainwear, Richard Faree, for Tony Riverland. Mrs. Mary Liley, bred by the Backworth stud. Currently at 9 Rand 30, here's number 6, Rainwear. Number 9 is Saturn Moon, Rachel Venica for Michael Roberts. Mr. Duncan, Mrs. Verna Roberts. Rachel Venica is on Saturn Moon. I think that makes up the field for race number 3. Scratch numbers 5 and 7. Number 1, Shaken Not Stirred. The firm tote favourite at 2 Rand 20. To pass by, number 9, Saturn Moon. 8 minutes to get your pick 6 bets on.
Welcome back. It's race 3 upon us now. Time to get those pick sixes in. The pool is climbing as we talk. And there are 2 scratchings here. Number 5, Queen Bomi, and number 7, Forge. The last 7 runners go at the gate. We've got enough time to basically give them a minute each. But we'll run through them if we can. We'll start at the top. Your favourite is Shaken Not Stirred from the Duncan Howell stable. This Kildonan has won twice on the surface, means all its wins have been on the surface. The last run showed speed and got beaten by Saturn Moon, who is 1.5 kilos better off with today. What do you think?
Massive runner here. It is my narrow first selection, but it's not a very confident one because I do believe that there are dangers, but nevertheless this is the horse to beat. She's got a very good draw, and she loves to race up there with the speed, and like I said, she's a very, very robust type, and I say that because she's come from wide draws before. She's done a power of work, and she still sort of manages to fight them off. So massive contender here for top honors.
Yeah, and then we got Gelsomina ran just the other day. Was well beaten by Foreshore, because the form before there was very good. It hasn't won on the poly, but it has run second once and third twice, and course and distance 5 runs, a second, 2/3, so it's certainly got a chance. And the last run just takes a bit of gloss off it.
Yeah, that was at Scottsville on the turf, but prior to that the runs on the poly track, not bad at all lens-wise. Finished 3rd behind Crazy Blues, and prior to that 1.8 lens behind Petite Verdot. The positive thing here for number 2, Gelsomina, is Calvin Habib is riding well, and the stable is doing really well.
Absolutely. Right, number 3 is at 6 Rand 10, and that's Rowan's Dream. Mark Miller's runner here, 6 starts in the poly for a first and a third. Brocking the night away beat it last time. It wasn't beaten for. I certainly think this has got a chance. It's well drawn, and as I say, currently roughly 6 Rand or so for the win.
Yeah, throw that into your larger trifectas and quartets. Doesn't form part of my top 4 selections, but this is a smallish field, very, very competitive. There's a number of runners that you can make a case for here, and the very interesting thing, Paul, this horse can also race handy.
Yeah, that's so true. All right, let's have a look at Maggie T, currently 16 Rand 40. Mark Dixon had his 2 winners the other day. He's got Cole Dickin on straight form. We've got to say this has got to find a little bit. It did find a bit of trouble last time out, but they've taken the blinkers off and they said, right, let's see if we can do something without the cups. And funny enough, both wins are from this course. 7 starts in the poly for 2 wins on the poly, and that's about the most credit I can give it to the form it's got at the moment.
Yes, I think you pretty much summed it up there. The form is a little bit in and out with number 4, Maggie T. That's one of the outsiders at 16 Rand 80. Moving on to horse number 6, Rainwear from the Tony Riverland yard. And this has never been far off the action lens-wise, and I think if this one gets a good run in transit, could be able to make the frame here.
Yeah, got 61, but gets Richard Ferry. They put the blinkers on. On its best form, it's certainly got a chance. It's won all its races on the poly, and I think it's got a shout. And what is it at the moment? 6 Rand 80 with Richard up, and 4 Rand 30 for a place for Rainwear. But I think it's got a chance with that top weight. Blinkers on, got a chance.
Moving on to horse number 8. This is English Primrose with Muzi Yeni aboard. He's already had a winner on the card, and this is paying at around about 4 Rand 60 for the win. Now this is a very, very interesting runner because my first selection, like I said, was Shaken Not Stirred, and it was a firm first selection, but when I had a look at the replays, I thought number 8, English Primrose, is got to be a massive runner here. If you look at that last start when she won by a very narrow margin, but it was a very, very encouraging win in the manner in which she won. And if you dig really, really deep into the form lines, you'll find that this horse has run some really, really good races, particularly on the 3rd of April when finishing 0.8 lengths behind Hatter on that occasion. I think Muzi Yeni knows her extremely well, having ridden her before, and I make this horse a big, big runner here at around about 4-1, 5-1 in the fixed odds betting market with only 53.5 kgs aboard.
Yeah, definitely got a chance. Muzi gave it a chance when I spoke to him as well. So certainly that English Primrose could be on the up.
Number 9 is Saturn Moon from the Michael Roberts yard with Rachel Finnicker aboard, taking the 1.5 kgs off the back, and we're just going to draw a line through that last start.
Yeah, I agree with you. Way better than that. It comes back down to a mile. Seems temperamental, throws in these bad runs every now and then. But I think on best form, got a squeak. So just looking across at the tote board, your favourite is number 1 at 280, but there's a lot of them short. Number 8 is 480, number 6 is 560, number 9 is 590, number 3 is 640. So there's a good spread of support in this race. First leg of the pick 6, try and get them on. But there are less than 2 minutes to go for this race number 3.
Well, number 1 is the current favourite, and that is my narrow first selection, but healthy respect for number 8, English Primrose, at around about 5 to 1. I'm going to be throwing this into all my bets. With just under 2 minutes to go, we're going to hand you upstairs to Sheldon Peters to call them down home for the first race of the Pick 6.
Final 60 seconds to get those Pick 6 bets on. 366,000 Rand currently. Rachel Finnicker is about to jump aboard number 9, Saturn Moon. In picture number 1, Shaken Not Stirred, the favourite, Sean Veal at 3 Rand. Greyville Convention Centre, 66 handicap over 1600 metres. 7-horse party. The roll about to be called. Handlers have their respective horses in hand. Number 8, English Primrose on the left-hand side. Muzieni's off English Primrose. She's just circling around. Now gets the leg up. Race time. Rowan's Dream, the first one to come forward. Shaken Not Stirred. Facing the machinist Saturn Moon. Maggie T is next. They're working with English Primrose. Gelsamina. Favourite Shaken Not Stirred at 2 Rand 80. Rainway, Richard Ferry. 1600 metres. Even break from the 1600 metre marker. Shaken Not Stirred gets an early shake of the reins to ensure that she's the first to leave her hoof prints past the 1400. Rainwear is right there in second. Gelsamina's in the green and white to the inside. Rowan's Dream only 3 lengths off the speed, and drop back to Maggie T. Escorted around them as Saturn Moon. English Primrose is your trailer. Shaken Not Stirred dictating matters by 1 length. Green cap of Rainwear second on the outside of Gelsamina. Rowan's Dream follows them through Maggie T, English Primrose, and on the outside with the white cap and black body, Saturn Moon's trying to make a little bit of progress. Approaching the 700 metre marker and Shaken Not Stirred, trying to make each and every caller winning one by a half. Rainwear is right there in second. Gelsamina, Rowan's Dream for the first time gets some reminders. Then we have Maggie T, English Primrose with the cheek pieces, Saturn Moon. Homeward bound, 400 metres left to go. Shaken Not Stirred, Rainwear's the one applying the pressure. 2 lengths away to Maggie T. 300 metres to go. Rainwear comes into the lead, and it's Rainwear by 3 parts of a length. Now make it a length. You can now make it a length and a half. Shaken Not Stirred second. Rainwear though will camp into the winner's enclosure. Rainwear going away. Shaken Not Stirred second. Rowan's Dream, and then came English Primrose in fourth. Number 6, Rainwear. Tony Riverland, Mary Liley, bred by the Backworth stud. Daughter of Soft Falling Rain, all 5 victories on the Polly. Loves the course and distance. Time for Rainwear, delivers the goods. Shaken Not Stirred runs her customary race second, Rowan's Dream third, English Primrose, Saturn Moon as the rest of them come past the line. Shaken Not Stirred try to shake off the attentions of Rainwear, but Richard Ferree galvanizes this one into action. Rainwear becomes a 5-time winning daughter of Soft Falling Rain and does so in some style today. And this individual, off her rating, she can still continue to go through and win a few more. Back to the studio.
Well, Rainwear's opened up the pick 6. The mare by Soft Falling Rain out of the Mossman mare from the Tony Riverland stable. It's Richard Ferree riding it for Mary Liley, and won a good race with that big weight up on the speed, and the mare was too strong up the stretch. Rainwear, the mare, has won the third race, the first leg of our pick 6 for Mary Lally, Richard Free, Tony Rudlin. But your winning groom is Andile Zazanki. Well done to him. He looks after Rainwear. Thank you. All right, we'll start with Rob's. Well done, Rob. You look well. Big, strong girl.
Thanks, Laffy. Nice, big, strong filly. Been quite consistent. 5th win today, so I suppose she's done fairly well. Bred by Mary and Keith. And I put the blinkers back on. I thought I'd actually put them on at acceptance stage, but I hadn't for some reason. Fortunately, I checked this morning and phoned and put them on. She definitely seems better with them. Perhaps she has her little issues like all these older horses, you know, enzymes, gets high enzymes, you've got to watch it all the time. But I said to Mary leaving the ring and Richard, she's very fit today, and that's going to be in her favour. And look, I think it wasn't the strongest of fields. It's always a little easier.
Yeah, she had to carry the weight, but she did it well.
Yeah, she did. And I said to Richard, don't be frightened. If she has to lead, she leads, but otherwise, don't be frightened to place her. So I'm pleased. Well done to everyone. Richard, great ride, and to my staff back at home, well done to all of them, especially my assistants Sharon and Danielle.
You better say that. You've got new runners.
Yeah, I've got Columbia Road in the next. I think she'll run a place, and I've got Kamora in the last. He's working very well. He's dropped in distance to 6 furlongs, but he always goes well on the poly, and he's really in a good space. I'm expecting a good run.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Dave.
Let's speak to Richard. Well done. Nice big girl. You're 61. We're in trouble. You elected to be up in the vanguard.
Yeah, look, you could see she's a big filly. Fit today, you could see she was stripped nicely, and she's a nice heave line, and obviously the only concern was the draw, but she got over quite comfortably. She's a front rolling sort of horse, and you know, we were going fairly decent, but you know, I was still going so well throughout, and I thought let me just get going early. She got the nice big stride, so I let her slide a bit soon, but she had plenty in her hand. It was a great one, so yeah, well done to the owners, thank you very much, Mrs. O'Reilly, and then obviously to Mr. Ribble and his team, and to my sponsors at Winning Form.
What about the rest of your rides?
I've got chance rides all over the place, and yeah, to try and make winners happen.
Well done.
Thank you.
Mary, come and have a chat.
Yes, it's a
wonderful.
long time since I've been here.
You own this, you part-bred it, fantastic.
Yes, very nice, yes. Thanks to Tony, thanks to Richard. We were lucky to get Richard, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I wish I'd had a recording of Tony, you know. No? Yes, she's got a chance. No, she's not going well.
You must be used to that. You must be used to that.
Oh, yes.
Well done, Mary. You've still got another runner. Let's hope that wins.
Yes. Well, that was nice. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. There we go. Mary Lally, well done to Mary. And well done, Richard and Tony. And, of course, they bred it. So, Rainwear has opened up our pick 6.
Meters. Even break from the 1600 meter marker. Shaken, not stirred. Gets an early shake of the reins to ensure that she's the first to leave her hoof prints past the 1400. Rainwear is right there in second. Gelsamina's in the green and white to the inside. Rowan's Dream only 3 lengths off the speed. Then drop back to Maggie T. Escorted around them as Saturn Moon. English Primrose is your trailer. Shaken, not stirred. Dictating matters by 1 length. Green cap of Rainwear second on the outside of Gelsamina. Rowan's Dream follows them through Maggie T, English Primrose, and on the outside with the white cap and black body, Saturn Moon's trying to make a little bit of progress. Approaching the 700-meter marker and shaken, not stirred, trying to make each and every caller winning one by a half. Rainwear is right there in second. Gelsamina, Rowan's Dream for the first time gets some reminders. Then we have Maggie T. English Primrose with the cheek pieces, Saturn Moon. Homeward bound, 400 meters left to go. Shaken, not stirred. Rainwear's the one applying the pressure. 2 lengths away to Maggie T. 300 meters to go. Rainwear comes into the lead, and it's Rainwear by 3 parts of a length. Now make it a length. You can now make it a length and a half. Shaken, not stirred second. Rainwear though will camp into the winner's enclosure. Rainwear going away. Shaken, not stirred second. Rowan's Dream, and then came English Primrose in fourth. Number 6, Rainwear. Tony Riverland, Mary Liley, bred by the Backworth stud. Daughter of soft falling rain. All 5 victories on the Polly. Loves the course and distance. Richard Faree arrives in time for Rainwear. Delivers the goods. Shaken, not stirred, runs her customary race second. Rowan's Dream third. English Primrose, Saturn Moon lost the line. Shaken, not stirred, try to shake off the attentions of Rainwear, but Richard Faree galvanizes this one into action. Rainwear becomes a 5-time winning daughter of soft falling rain, and does so in some style today. And this individual, off her rating, she can still continue to go through and win a few more. Back to the studio.
Moving along to race number 4, which is a merit-rated 66 handicap over 1900 meters, and race number 4 will be the start of Jackpot 1. Get your bets on by 2:10 on the afternoon, and it's another race where a few horses are in with chances, but when we have a look at the market, it leads us towards number 6, Bayview Express, 14-10, 9-2, Ricardo, 5-1, Vengeance Forever, Safe Space, 7-1, and Better Bar. Those now, Graham. Number 6, Bayview recorded. He beat National's Dream just strictly at the weights, and he hung quite badly to the inside, and I think that cost him the race at the end of the day. So clear to see he's a tough horse. He's much better on the turf, but he has tasted success on the poly track. And in this type of lineup where you're into the form to try to find opposition, I think Bayview Express could just get it right in this event.
I never ever thought I'd say that I'd be prepared to take 14-10 in an MR66 handicap, but you're absolutely right. Bayview Express, when you look beyond him, his last 2 runs suggest a victory is imminent. We're taking on trust that he'll hold that form. Samanga Kamala retains the right for Yogesh Govender. And you've got to be with number 6, Bayview Express, because as you say, when you're looking at the balance of the field, who do you go with? It's not often, if ever, that I would recommend siding with a 15-10 or 14-10 favourite in an MR66. The one horse that is shorter than he should be in the betting is number 2, Vengeance Forever. Now, I've been waiting for this horse to come right for a very long time, and I think he's short in the market only because of the jockey engagement Richard Faree rides. So Vengeance Forever could run better, but his recent form inspires very little confidence, and he's well held by Bayview Express. So if you're happy to take your chances and banker a horse in an MR66 handicap, that's not going to be your common practice. That's not what you're going to be doing every week. But you might get away with it this time with number 6, Bayview Express. He does look the business.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 2, Vengeance Forever, could possibly pop up on the day if he does decide to put his best foot forward. But both Graham and myself win the camp of the 7-year-old son of Jackson. Bayview Express is his name in race number 4.
Here's number 8, Head Gardener. Please note that the headgear is off, and Tristan Godden rides it for Com Naidu. Never won on the poly. Had a lot of chances. This horse every now and then it throws in a big one. It has been runner-up 4 times on the poly. Has pace, likes to race up there. Could certainly be in the money. Wasn't beaten too far by English Primrose, who ran 4th in the last race.
Form is a little bit in and out for me, but the last start lengths-wise wasn't bad at all. 2.1 lengths behind English Primrose. Larger trifectas and quartets for me does not form part of my top 4 selections. Is one of the rank outsiders here off the field.
7, Let 'Em Go. Doug Campbell's horse with Craig Zaki. Won its maiden last time out, short head in front of Duke of Africa, who's come out to win. Another one that likes to race up there, and certainly the one more to do, having just won the maiden.
Yeah, sudden improvement at massive odds there in the last start. So I'm just going to sit on the fence and watch and see how this horse performs against the slot.
Okie doke.
Currently in picture is number 5, Columbia Road, from the Tony Riverland yard with Sean Veal aboard, and this one's returning about 20 rand for the win on the tote and 380 for the place. Has been well beaten in the last few starts, Paul, but the stable is in form.
Yeah, absolutely. 53.5 is a galloping weight. Certainly can help this horse. Tony was confident that it would be in the first 3. Here's your favorite. Currently 180 on the tote. This is Bayview Express, and 2 good seconds last 2 runs. Blink Kamala rode it both those times. He rides it again, and it looks the horse they have to beat. One has to look at the strength of this field. Has one on the surface. 7-year-old now, but I do think Bayview Express is the horse they all have to beat.
I'm in full agreement with you. Those last 2 runs were very, very good, but does have to shoulder 60 kgs here, but nevertheless a worthy favorite.
Eventually another horse. We All Chommies gets the blinkers today, as you can see. 52 kilos, has one on the surface, been close up for a long time. Currently at 11 rand to win and 11 rand a place.
Needs to find some of his earlier form to feature here, but nevertheless this horse does have a very, very good draw, but is one of the outsiders off the field.
Here's Safe Space, number 3, the early runner trotting out with the lead pony. 57.5, with James taking the weight off the back. And what do you think?
Yeah, the last run was not bad at all, finishing 4.6 lengths behind National Dream, so throw this into your trifectas and quartets.
Here's number 2, Vengeance Forever. Richard Free with Alison Wright has placed on the poly. And the last run, it looks held if one looks at the National Dream form lines, but could be a bit better than that if it goes before that last run, and I'd give it a place chance.
Yeah, I definitely think this runner must have a chance against this field, and I say that with all due respect. Does only carry 55 kgs from a neat draw, so Vengeance Forever should be in the shake-up for me.
There's Dennis Bosch putting a tongue tie on Ricardo Muzieni's mount, and the question we got to ask, was it too far last time?
Yeah, I think it could have been too far, and dropping back now to 1900 meters. This horse seems to run fairly well here, but he sometimes reserves some of his better runs for Scottsville, but I do think that he could make the frame.
Yeah, trotted out, and then I thought, hang on, is he right? Then he seemed to get his rhythm back. So that's Ricardo, and as I say, I thought it was too far for it last time out, and Polyform is nothing but uninspiring. So that's the call on them. I don't think, have we missed any horses?
That is the entire field, and there's approximately 11 minutes to go. That pick six pool, just glancing at that closed on 520,000 there, Paul.
Picked up, eh? It's near the end there. Well, I saw it 280, I saw it 320. You're right. It picks up late. Dees is a bit of a fundy and telling you what the pool's going to get to.
Runners and riders for race number 4, leaving the paddock. Approximately 10 minutes to race time. Get your jackpot bets on. Whichever other bet you enjoy. The win, the place, exacta, swinger, trifecta, quartet, you name it. You got 10 minutes to get your bets on. Tab Gold, card call, 66 handicap over 1900 meters. Number 6, Bayview Express and Samanga Kamalo, the ruling favourite, R1.90. 2 Vengeance Forever, R7. Safe Space, R7.70. Number 4, Ricardo, R5.90. Number 6, Bayview Express on the fixed odds department, 11 and 12 to 10. Runners will appear shortly down the chute and come out onto the track to parade for the 1900 metre contest. On cue, here's number 1, We All Chommies, Cole Dickon. Now they've stepped this 7-year-old up in distance the last 2 runs, 1600 and then a fair run over 1700. Now tries the 1900 metre trip, We All Chommies, R10.40, now 11.80. We All Chommies, number 1. Lorenzo Karim. Number 2, Vengeance Forever, Richard Ferree. Number 4, Ricardo, Muziemi. Columbia Road, the mare, number 5, Seanville. Favourite is number 6, Bayview Express, Samanga Kamalo. As number 1, We All Chommies passes by. Number 5, Columbia Road. Quite a bit of her. Number 2, Vengeance Forever. Number 4, Ricardo. 6 is Bayview Express. Let Him Go, number 7, Craig Zaki. Head Gardner, Tristan Godden, number 8. 7 minutes to race time. Here's a good look at number 8, Head Gardner, at 7 Rand 20. Devon and Paul be standing by for race number 4.
Well, we've had a good look at them going down to the start, and interestingly enough, Paul, there has been some solid support for number 4 Ricardo from the Dennis Bosch yard with Muzi Yeni aboard. That's returning around about 3 Rand 80 for the win on the tote, and the favourite's taken a slight drift in the betting at 2 Rand 70.
Yeah, let's touch on Ricardo first, a member in Seattle from the Dennis Bosch stable. If we take out the last race, the form's not bad. People are going to have a couple of pounders. Golden Peace, Rex Union, Just for the Penny. Some useful efforts, and that Just for the Penny was on the poly. So, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me there. So that's,
yes, correct.
It wasn't a poly. So, handles the surface, wasn't beaten far. And I can see why there's support for it, but I think those form lines are solid enough.
Moving on to horse number 5, Columbia Road. You spoke to Tony Riverland. He did give it a chance. This could be a nice inclusion for the swingers and trifectas.
Yeah, he thought it would be in the first 3. He said doing very well at home. It's got 53.5 on its back. A useful enough draw, handles the poly. So going on Tony's account, he thinks must go in trifectas.
Number 6 is the current favourite, Bayview Express from the Yogas Governor yard. It's got Samanga Kumalo aboard, who knows this horse extremely well. Last 2 runs, very good.
Yeah, very good. Same rider, Kumalo. Kumalo stays with it. And I think this is the horse they will have to be. What is it going? It's drifted, as you say. It has drifted a bit on the tote now, 2 Rand 40, which I think is the horse to beat.
I thought another massive contender here could be number 2, that is Vengeance Forever from the Allison Wright yard with Richard Fourie aboard. If you look at those runs on the 31st of May and the 12th of June, I thought they were fairly good runs, and the last 2 average ratings, this horse raced in a 62. Then on the 31st of May, he raced in an average rating of 59. He's back to a 59, must have a chance with the 55 kgs.
Yeah, definitely give it a chance. You know, in its best forms, you can't leave this horse out of anything. Richard Fourie, Red Hot, Ellie's got her team going well. Yeah, definitely got to have a chance. What are we looking at here? We're looking at 650 and 170.
Very interesting runner is number 3, Safe Space. Now that was taken down to the start very, very early. The last run ran a third, 4.6 lengths behind National Dream, but if I'm not mistaken, that horse won really, really well.
Yeah, well, it's got 3 lengths to find on Bayview Express, which might make it a tough call. They have gone with young James LaHarbor to ride it, and that brings his weight down to 57.5, so might bring it into the scrum. It's got to have a chance. It's not an easy race.
Yeah, this is a very, very open race with number 6 now just shortening down to 2 Rand 20. Top 2 selections for me, Paul. Number 2, Vengeance Forever, and number 6, Bayview Express, in no particular order.
Yeah, I think 6 from 2 is just about accurate for me as well.
Okay, we've pretty much summed up the entire field for you. The outsiders, number 7, Let 'Em Go, that's paying 11 Rand 90, as well as number 8, Head Gardner with Tristan Godden aboard, that's paying at around 8 Rand 50 for the win. That's just jumped up now to 9 Rand 60. A very competitive field, and the favorite has shortened down to 1 Rand 90. That's number 6, Bayview Express. So you've got approximately 2 minutes to get your bets on. We're going to hand you upstairs to Sheldon Peters, who's going to bring them home for race number 4.
Thanks very much. Runners and riders about to reach the 1900 starting point. The hot pot favourite, number 6, Bayview Express, paying up at 1 Rand 80. We'll be looking for that elusive second victory on the poly. Remember Bayview Express, when he won his maiden, Anton Marcus rode him. I think he won around about 9-10 lengths. Could have been 20-25 lengths had Anton extended him. But you just always felt that Bayview Express is probably 3-4 lengths superior on the grass. However, this looks to be the right field for Bayview Express to get that next victory. And he's trading at 11-10. So for the punters, number 6 Bayview Express usually lugs to the inside running rail. It could come down to quite a tactical run race here. Horse like number 2 Vengeance Forever, with Richard Ferrier aboard. The final 60 seconds to get those bets on. Jackpot at 150,000 Rand. So Muzieni's just jumped off number 4 Ricardo. Now gets the leg back up. And he gave this one a good warm-up. And in fact is going behind the tape. So I think the vet might be having a look at number 4 Ricardo. I looked through the binoculars and I saw Muzieni take Ricardo for about 400-500 meters. And just having a look here, he has now gone behind the tape with number 4 Ricardo. And the vet is having a look at number 4 Ricardo from what I can see here through the binoculars. There's number 4 Ricardo rejoining the rest of the runners. And there you'll see the vet close to Ricardo having a chat with Muzieni. Just making sure all is in order. As Safe Space lashes out. So all appears good with Ricardo number 4. He's been given a proper warm-up. Safe Space lashing out. Backing away, drop the rider. So they'll probably try and lead up Safe Space without the rider. Spins around. Tab Gold card call, 66 handicap, 1900 meters. Safe Space coming into 3. Wheel Chommies to 1. Columbia Road, the mare, taking on the boys. Let him go to 7. Craig Zaki, the pilot. Ricardo and Muzieni about to come closer. Vengeance Forever, Richard Ferrier. Bayview Express, Samanga Kamalo. Head Gardner to come in. Here's your favourite, Bayview Express. Purple with the silver stars. Head Gardner, 1900 meters. And away they go from the 1900 meter marker. And just keep an eye on gate number 1, We All Chommies. I just thought picked for a stride. On the outside, Head Gardner circumnavigating the field in search of the lead. We All Chommies recovers to be in 2nd. Vengeance Forever's racing in 3rd. Safe Space to the inside. Bayview Express is moving around them into 3rd and improving stride by stride. It just seemed to jump something there, Bayview Express. Columbia Road's about 5-6 lengths off. Ricardo's on the inside. Let him go. Bayview Express, you just get the feel. Samanga Kamalo is going to pass them and loop them on the outside. He's 3 around. Bayview Express now going to try and move up to second. We All Chommies has the lead. Bayview Express is second. 2 lengths Head Gardener. Then we drop back to Vengeance Forever. Safe space at the paint. Ricardo further back. Columbia Road, let him go as 10 lengths off the leaders. 800 meters in front of them. We All Chommies by 3 parts of a length. Bayview Express now looms right alongside, and Samanga Kamaro's now about to ask Bayview Express to join issue. 2 lengths Head Gardener. Safe space, Vengeance Forever further back in the running, then Ricardo. Top of the lane, Bayview Express. Look right, Vengeance Forever is going to come forward with Head Gardener. Ricardo's between them. Ricardo starts to make ground as Bayview Express comes under heavy pressure. Ricardo's on the inside, Head Gardener. Vengeance Forever's making a race of it. Ricardo down the centre of the course comes bouncing into the lead, and it's number 4 Ricardo starting to stretch out beautifully the last 100. Ricardo will get the winning check. Vengeance Forever's second, Columbia Road, then came Head Gardener further back in the running. So number 4 Ricardo got the proper warm-up from Muzieni. Found the money. Dennis Bosch, the winning conditioner. And as you saw when he was putting the tongue tie on, he probably brushed his teeth for the Colgate smile. And number 4 Ricardo just powered through them. Got the warm-up and certainly delivers the goods. Vengeance Forever second, Columbia Road further back in the running, Head Gardener. And as for Bayview Express, he is a better horse on the turf. Well, let's look at this. 300 meters to go. Ricardo came bouncing through. Muzieni gave him the warm-up. The vet had a look at Ricardo. He went down to the start like he needed a good warm-up. And in the running, he just gets stronger and stronger. He builds to the bit, and that's it. Ricardo for the Haddons, bred by the Wicklow stud, Dennis Bosch, Muzieni, number 4 Ricardo, R5.30. Back to the studio.
Well, you've just seen the running of race number 4, and Ricardo came swooping through under a driving ride from jockey Muzieni for trainer Dennis Bosch to win race number 4. We did touch on the late betting support on the totes for number 4 Ricardo, and that's about to be led straight into the number 1 box. So well done to all the winning connections there of number 4 Ricardo. This was bred by Wicklow stud, the owners Miss K. Haddon. So about to return to the winner's box is number 4 Ricardo. Welcome back to the winners area here at Hollywood Bet's Greyville Racecourse, where Ricardo is victorious in race number 4 for trainer Dennis Bosch, and it was ridden by Muzi Yeni. The groom Wilson, he receives 2,000 Rand on behalf of Gold Circle and Hollywood Bets. Well done, Wilson. Great stuff. Okay, let's get the winning trainer in first. We're going to wait for Dennis to come through first, since Muzi is not back. Come through, Dennis. Just swooped through and ran away from them.
Yeah, I got a bit worried. You know, he's got not the best of feet. So going down, you know, Muzi said he didn't, he's not a, once he warms up, he's fine.
Yes.
And nice to see him taking a bit to the poly, you know. He's had those ins and outs runs in the poly. But I think as he gets older and the pace was on, he won a nice race today. We did like him, you know, at Scottsville. I thought he would be a better horse on the grass.
Yes.
But he was a horse to contend with today. He's what, a 6-time winner. He won nicely. And to Kelly, I mean, she must be jumping up and down. I'm sitting with Darren. He's a quiet man sitting at the top. I said, come down, deal with me. He said, no. But yeah, well done to them. They're soldiers, and I'm so pleased for them.
Well, you must be really thrilled with the manner in which he won, and is proving to be quite versatile as well, turf and poly.
Yeah, you know, as I said to you, we had that doubt in our head about the poly, but you can't just keep looking for Scottsville and the grass all the time. So we just kept persevering with him. He ran a nice 4th year, a run or 2 back.
Yes.
Just beaten. I thought he should have gone just about close to winning that. But I think not a panic ride by Muzi, just sat off there and the pace was right. And he just walked, and Kelly had deserved it. And to Muzi, great ride.
Congratulations once again. And I think you got 2 more left. Can we see you back here? I'm sure we can.
I think also like, pour some sugar on me, you know. I think it's a 1,200 will be better for her if they be nice to her in the pens. And if Trafalgar Square was drawn well, he's drawn 8 out of 8, but the pace is on. He's a horse to worry about all the time.
Lovely stuff. Keep it up, Dennis.
Thank you so much.
Let's get the winning rider in. Let's get Muzi in. Well done, Muzi. Great ride from you.
Thank you very much. It's a nice horse. I think his downfall, he hasn't been breaking the wall of late and obviously deceiving the punters of his ability. But he's been running on quite well, making up a lot of ground. And if he brought his Rex Reunion run, he had to be a massive runner.
Yes.
And I obviously think also he's got a little bit of soundness issues. So nice. If you can stay on top of them, I'm sure you can pick up another 1 or 2.
Well, congratulations to you once again. You're riding really, really well. You've already got 2 on the board, and I think we can see you here a bit later.
Yes, I hope you're right. I just thought the card looks quite open and competitive. Like 7, 8, 9.
Yes.
In small field, it's still a wide draw. So hopefully we can get it luck and running. But to the support from Mr. Bosch, Kelly Hayden and her husband, thanks very much for the support, and to Stone Stamp Call for their continuous support. Thank you as well.
Lovely stuff. Keep it up, Muzi. Well done once again.
Thank you very much, my man, and well done to Uncle Dan.
Great stuff there. Speaking to Muzi Yeni, he won on number 4, Ricardo, here in race number 4, and this was trained by Dennis Bosch. Well done to all the winning connections of number 4, Ricardo.
$1,900 meters, and away they go for the 1,900 meter marker. And just keep an eye on gate number 1, We All Chummies. I just thought picked for a stride. On the outside, Head Gardner circumnavigating the field in search of the lead. We All Chummies recovers to be in second. Vengeance Forever's racing in third. Safe Space to the inside. Bayview Express is moving around him into third and improving stride by stride. It just seemed to jump something there, Bayview Express. Columbia Road's about 5-6 lengths off. Ricardo's on the inside. Let him go. Bayview Express, you just get the feel. Samanga Kamala Ricardo's going to pass them and loop them on the outside. He's 3 around. Bayview Express now going to try and move up to second. We All Chummies has the lead. Bayview Express is second. 2 lengths Head Gardner. Then we drop back to Vengeance Forever. Safe space at the paint. Ricardo further back. Columbia Road. Let him go as 10 lengths off the leaders. 800 meters in front of them. We All Chummies by 3 parts of a length. Bayview Express now looms right alongside, and Samanga Kamalo's now about to ask Bayview Express to join issue. 2 lengths Head Gardner. Safe space, Vengeance Forever further back in the running, then Ricardo. Top of the lane, Bayview Express. Look right, Vengeance Forever is going to come forward with Head Gardner. Ricardo's between them. Ricardo starts to make ground as Bayview Express comes under heavy pressure. Ricardo's on the inside, Head Gardner. Vengeance Forever's making a race of it. Ricardo down the centre of the course comes bouncing into the lead, and it's number 4 Ricardo starting to stretch out. Ricardo will get the winning check. Vengeance Forever's second, Columbia Road, then came Head Gardner further back in the running. So, number 4, Ricardo, got the proper warm-up from Muzieni. Found the money, Dennis Bosch, the winning conditioner. And as you saw when he was putting the tongue tie on, he probably brushed his teeth for the Colgate smile. And number 4, Ricardo, just powered through them. Got the warm-up and certainly delivers the goods. Vengeance Forever second, Columbia Road further back in the running, Head Gardner. And as for Bayview Express, he is a better horse on the turf. Well, let's look at this. 300 meters to go. Ricardo came bouncing through. Muzieni gave him the warm-up. The vet had a look at Ricardo. He went down to the start like he needed a good warm-up. And in the running, he just gets stronger and stronger. He builds to the bit, and that's it. Ricardo for the Haddons, bred by the Wicklow stud, Dennis Bosch, Muzieni, number 4 Ricardo, R5.30. Back to the studio.
Race number 5 on the day, fillies and mares, 68 handicap over 2,000 meters. The start of jackpot 2, 2:45 is the time you need to get involved in all bets. Favorite is Mysterious Girl after trotting up last time out. She's at around 5-2, 28-10 about Pretty and Pearls, 4-1 You Deserve It, 5-1 Just Virginia, 7-1 and Better Bar. Those now Mysterious Girl, clear-cut winner last time out, and the handicapper has given her 8 points for that victory when she beat Manic Monday. Now unfortunately Manic Monday's done absolutely nothing for that form. She came out and run, I would say, a below par run after that, and I think all this horse could do was win off that mark, and especially stepping up in trip. The distance should be no concern. Back on the poly track where she actually improved in the lead up to a win, Graham, and I don't think the surface is going to be an issue for her. The question mark is the 8 points.
Yeah, it's quite a steep rise in the handicap, but she did win by nearly 5 lengths, so I suppose the handicapper's hands were tied to a degree. We're very strongly in the camp with Bayview Express, Samanga Kamalo and Yogesh Governor in the previous, and again it's Samanga Kamalo, Yogesh Governor. So I'm going to include number 4, Mysterious Girl. I don't think you can throw her out of the reckoning. My top choice here would be number 3, You Deserve It. But I think this race is pretty open, as any fillies and mares 68 handicap usually is. So my short list would be, in order of preference, number 3, You Deserve It, number 9, Pretty in Pearls, number 5, Just Virginia, and number 4, Mysterious Girl. That would be my short list of 4, and the minimum that I would include in all of my jackpot and pick 6 play. You might want to consider number 2, Lady Canton. I'm on the fence. She won a maiden at the 8th time of asking. She steps into handicap company. She is nicely drawn. She gets 1.5 kilos off the back for Rachel Venica. So she's got quite a nice weight. And maybe she's got some scope for more improvement, but she would definitely be my 5th choice. So I'm happy to go with the top 4 that I've mentioned, with number 3, You Deserve It, being my
principal selection.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think that this horse could run a nice race. Now, she's 4.5 kgs bet off at the weight. She gets the services of Richard Free. It's quite a jockey strike. She's got a good draw. So she could potentially be the right horse in the race. Number 3, You Deserve It. And maybe she does offer a bit of value around her current price of 4-1. But Mysterious Girl, Pretty and Pearl's the top 2 in the market. They could certainly be in with lively chances. But both Graham and myself, we're in the camp of number 3, You Deserve It. Welcome back to the studio. We're on to race number 5, and currently in picture is What's Up Buttercup from the Allison Wright yard with Sipasi/Lengwa board. He's already had a winner on the card, and this runner is trading at around about 7-8-1 in the fixed odds betting market. Does have a very good draw and comes off a recent maiden victory on the 19th of June. Well turned out by the yard, and like I said, has got a very good draw. Here's a look at number 5, Just Virginia from the Garth Puller yard. This one's trading at around about 5-1 in the fixed odds betting platforms. I do believe that this is the key horse in this race. I believe that this is the horse they all have to beat. Has shortened in the betting market at around about 4.70 for the win and 180 for the place. Serena Mudley is aboard. He's ridden a very good second on this horse in the last start when being beaten by Reckless Love. Beaten 1.2 lengths. Does have a very reasonable draw, and she loves to race handy. Here's a look at horse number 8. This is Ingakara from the MJ Undal yard, and that's paying at around about R8.70 for the win. Now this stable has had a winner on the card much earlier. The stable is in form. It's got Nicholas Patel aboard, but this is the kind of horse that just needs things to map out for her, and if things do map out for her, she can run on very, very strongly, is number 8 Ingakara. Here's a look at number 6. This is Roy's Rocker from the Com Naidu yard, trading at around about 50 to 1. It's got Caden Brewer aboard, quite short on the tote according to the fixed odds betting market. R17.80 for the win and R5.90 for the place. Recent form is a little bit uninspiring and needs to do quite a bit to feature here. Here's a look at number 4. This is Mysterious Girl, and this is trading at around about R5 for the win. It's from the Yogas Governor yard with Samanga Kumalo aboard. Was a very, very good victory in the last start when winning at Scottsville, beating Manic Monday by 4.9 lengths, and I'm sure they'll be hoping for a big, big performance here, as the majority of the jockeys have started to mount. Currently in picture is number 7, Blazing Astute from the Allison Wright yard with Muzi Yeni aboard. Muzi has already had 2 winners on the card, and this horse should be there or thereabouts at around about R7.60 for the win. But the horses are making their way onto the track for race number 5. Let's go upstairs to Sheldon Peters to take them down.
Thanks very much, Devon. Runners for race number 5. Follow in the box seat podcast, a 68 handicap, the distance of 2,000 meters. There's been 3 different favorites in the last 5 minutes. Numbers 3, 4 and 5. They're juggling around with number 3, You Deserve It, now at R4.50. 9 minutes to race time. What's Up Buttercup, number 1, Sipasitle Lingua, R7.50. Leading the parade, number 1, What's Up Buttercup. Number 4, Mysterious Girl, Samanga Kamalo. Rachel Venica partners number 2, Lady Canton, R5.10. Richard Therese on number 3, You Deserve It. What's Up Buttercup. Moving down. 4, Mysterious Girl. Number 8, Ingakara. 2, Lady Canton. Number 8, Ingakara found some outside support. 3, You Deserve It. 2, Lady Canton. Blazing Astute, number 7, Muzieni. Seven minutes to get your bets on.
Welcome back for the 5th race today, and 8 runners go at the gate. We've scratched number 9, Pretty and Pearls is out, And as Sheldon said, they're all vying for favoritism. It's a different one every couple of minutes. But let's try and run through from the top. What's Up Buttercup? Lightly raced horse from the Allison Wright. They've gone for Spear Schlengwer to ride it, and it's never been shorter than 25 to 1. Won a good race last time out on the Polly. So it's a tougher call today.
Yeah, a lot tougher, but the positive is does have a good draw and the rider is in form.
Yeah, that's true. And she's a lovely filly. Linton Ryan bought it for me. I said, go to sales, find me a filly. 15 grand he found this filly. She's a lovely filly. She wants ground. The whole family stays, and we put over ground. She trotted up. So for Polly, I'm hoping it doesn't affect her. She's an 83 merit rating and she's going 56. She's really well weighted if that's the issue, but she's just turned 3. She won her maiden as a 2-year-old over ground. I think she's a smart filly. I think she'll run well.
She did certainly look well going down to the start, and that's returning R5.70 for the win. The current tote favourite is number 3, You Deserve It, from the Gary Rich yard with Richard Fourie aboard. A fair third in the last start.
Yeah, it races against Mysterious Girl again. It carries the same weight, and Mysterious Girl is up in the weights. But certainly must have a chance. That was on turf, but this horse has had 3 of its 4 wins on the Polly. Likes the surface, distance right up its alley. I can see why they've gone for her. She is a 6-year-old now. She's only got a 63 merit rating, but she's consistent.
Number 4 is Mysterious Girl from the Yogas Governor yard with Samanga Kumalo aboard. A very, very good victory in the last start, beating Manic Monday by 4.9 lengths, but that was at Scottsville. I just get the feeling she reserved some of her better runs for the turf.
Could be. Kumalo stays on her. I thought she won a very good race. She won very comfortably that day.
Yes.
And was supported. And won well. She came from 10 to 1 to 7 to 2 and won by nearly 5 lengths. Again, she has to go on the Polly. That might be against her, but her last win was very good.
Moving on to horse number 5, Just Virginia, and the favourites changed again, and it's now number 5, Just Virginia from the Garth Puller yard with Sereno Mudley aboard. I do believe that this is the key horse in the race. A very good second to Reckless Love in the last start. If I'm not mistaken, that's come out and won again. So I'm expecting a big performance here from number 5, Just Virginia. This is my first selection. I do believe that she's going to go to the front and stay there.
Okay, fair enough. She got consistent, honest form. She's had 15 starts, only had the 1 win. But I agree, her form's very good. She's got as good a chance as any.
Number 6 is Roy's Rocker from the Com Naidu yard with Caden Brewer aboard. One of the rank outsiders. I checked with the books, trading at around about 50 to 1, 22 Rand 30 for the win of the tote. Recent form is a bit uninspiring.
Yeah, both wins have been on Polly. She got the cheek pieces on today, but a lot to find for me.
Number 7 is Blazing Astute from the Allison Wright yard with Muzi Yeni aboard. Now, quite some time back, this individual did beat Just Virginia. That's a very, very long time ago. But, excuse me, the last run was beaten 8.25 lengths behind Mysterious Girl. Has a bit to find.
Absolutely. Muzi rides it. His agent tells me he's now the stable jockey for the Wrights. So he's got this ride for them. I agree on his last few runs, maybe a little bit more to find.
Number 8, Ingakara. We heard Sheldon say that there has been a little bit of outside support on the tote. That's returning 12 Rand 10. This is the kind of horse that just needs things to map out for her, and she can finish strongly.
Yeah, normally a slow starter. She comes back in against the girls. 7-year-old now. She's at 30 runs. She's won 3, and all of them were on Polly. So she's got to have a chance. The stable's well, and I'd definitely include her in trifectas and quartets.
Well, the current favourite now is number 4, Mysterious Girl, and that's 3 Rand 40 on the tote. My first selection is number 5, Just Virginia, with healthy respect for number 4, Mysterious Girl. With just under 2 minutes to get your bets on, let's hand over to Sheldon Peters to call them home for race number 5.
riders for race number 5. Final preparation being done. They'll jump from the 2,000 meter mark. That time to start loading them up with Just Virginia, You Deserve It, Blazing Astute, taking a hold of Lady Canton, Mysterious Girl, Ingakara, Blazing Astute's up, What's Up Buttercup, the distance is 2,000 meters. There's the flag they sent on their journey, Blazing Astute. You Deserve It, one of the first to react. Just Virginia is going to play the cards early and go off to lead them. Number 5, Just Virginia into the turn, gets a soft lead. Ingakara slides across to get into second. You Deserve It towards the inside. Roy's Rockers, 3 around them. Mysterious Girl sits quietly between them, only 3 lengths off, no real pace on. What's Up Buttercup, Lady Canton, Blazing Astute, although is lost, there's no more than 6 lengths from top to tail. Just Virginia doing the buying and the bidding by a length and a tail from Ingakara's second. You Deserve It's at the paint, hard held. Roy's Rocker, the orange caps moving around them. Lady Canton, Mysterious Girl, What's Up Buttercup, and that leaves Blazing Astute as the anchor. In front, you're going to find Just Virginia continuing to lob along by a length and a quarter. Ingakara's in second. Roy's Rockers making progress around them. You Deserve It in the yellow with the purple star sits quietly to the inside. Then Mysterious Girl, 3 lengths to make up as they come down to the 750 meter marker. Lady Canton, What's Up Buttercup, Blazing Astute watches all from the end. Homeward bound, 450 to go. Just Virginia, tackled by Ingakara. Mysterious Girl, a little bit tight for a stride or two. You Deserve It goes for a beautiful rails run. Coming to the 350 meter marker. You Deserve It, Ingakara. Mysterious Girl, Blazing Astute's warming up. What's Up Buttercup, take your pick at the 200. You Deserve It along the inside. Mysterious Girl down the middle, and all the while Blazing Astute starts to find her best stride. Blazing Astute gets to Mysterious Girl. Blazing Astute to neck. Mysterious Girl second. Lady Canton third. Roy's Rocker I'll give fourth. So from the back end of the field, number 7, Blazing Astute, once again. Muzieni gets this one to lift. Blazing Astute from the back end of the field. Mysterious Girl trying to go with her. Lady Canton third. Roy's Rocker I fancy just edges out. You Deserve It. Then What's Up Buttercup. The Allison Wright team. Messrs. Keegan Thambaran, PM Chetty and R. Chetty, Lamascroll Studbred, the Coup de Gras, Blazing Astute, Alison Wright and Muzieni. gradually started to make up the ground. You can see there's 6, 7 of them. There's only 2 lengths separating them coming to the final 250. But when it comes down to the business end, Blazing Astute will get that 3rd career victory. And the salute from Muzi Yeni as he jumps aboard Blazing Astute for the Alison Wright team. And number 7 pays up at R7.30, beating home Mysterious Girl in 2nd, who ended up the tote favourite. Let's just double check that. Number 4 Mysterious Girl was paying $2.30. Back to the studio.
Well, number 7, Blazing Astute, won the race, and Muzieni struck again for Alison Wright, the coup de grace. This bred by Lummis Kroll, and well done to the owners. This horse has come from off the pace and won very well. Well, the 5th race has been won by Blazing Astute for Alison Wright, Muzi Yeni and the owners. Now, winning groom is Temba Careful. Well done to Temba. He looks after Blazing Astute, and the money's coming his way. Thank you. Right, Al, let's have a chat. Muzi is the last in the ring, the last in the winner's box, the last.
Yes, she's not the last in the race.
Won a good race.
Yes, thank you, Paul. I was a bit worried when she didn't jump, dwelt a bit, but well done to Muzi and to Keegan and Mr. Chetty. They've been very patient, and now she's a lovely filly. She's I think she'll still go on and do a bit more. So very happy.
More runners?
Before we're done, I must just say a big thank you to the team at home and a special win for Mark. He leaves on Monday and we'll be very sad to lose him.
Mark's going overseas.
Yeah, he I think joins Coolmore in Oz, so all the best to him. Okay. And yeah, I'm sure he'll do very well over there.
Well done.
Thanks. To Lama Scroll, Braden, well done. And to Hollywood Bet, our sponsors, thanks very much.
Well done, Al. Well done. Now, where's Muzi? There's Muzi. Oh, you appeared out of the woodwork. Well done, Muzi. Great hat-trick.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Slow at the gate?
Yeah, it's like weird. Some horses get like the noise of the pins. Like me when I'm racing in the jockeys races and the pins open, I'm always at the back. So, but she's a lovely filly. I'm surprised she hasn't won more. Maybe just because she blows the start and you rely on pace, and thank God the pace was genuine, Mr. Laff. Almost got caught up in the fence. I thought it long way around it was the best place to be, but turning the straight, you need to get going. Obviously it's a very short straight and the gaps were getting thin and few in between, and I thought maybe left it too late to switch out. Obviously Rachel held me in a bit of a pocket, but thank goodness she helped me get out of it in time, and I was able to get a smooth run on the outside, and she lengthened. She always felt like she would get there, and she did it.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Huge thanks to Mr. Wright. Thanks for the support, and well done to both Chetties and to Keegan.
Well done.
Thank you.
There you go, Moose. Any more?
Stone Stamco, big thank you.
Whoever that is. I didn't hear what he said again. Right, but well done to everyone concerned with Blazing Astute. They won the 5th race on the card today, and Moosey's having a red letter today.
There's the flag they sent on their journey, Blazing Astute, a few steps slow to go. You Deserve It, one of the first to react. Just Virginia is going to play the cards early and go off to lead them. Number 5, Just Virginia, into the turn, gets a soft lead. Inga Cora slides across to get into second. You Deserve It towards the inside. Roy's Rockers, 3 around them. Mysterious Girl sits quietly between them, only 3 lengths off, no real pace on. What's Up Buttercup, Lady Canton, Blazing Astute, although is lost, there's no more than 6 lengths from top to tail. Just Virginia doing the buying and the bidding by a length and a tail from Inga Cora's second. You Deserve It's at the paint, hard held. Roy's Rocker, the orange caps moving around them. Lady Canton, Mysterious Girl, What's Up Buttercup, and that leaves Blazing Astute as the anchor. In front, you're going to find Just Virginia continuing to lob along by a length and a quarter. Inga Cora's in second. Roy's Rockers making progress around them. You Deserve It in the yellow with the purple star sits quietly to the inside. Then Mysterious Girl, 3 lengths to make up as they come down to the 750-meter marker. Lady Canton, What's Up Buttercup, Blazing Astute watches all from the end. Homeward bound, 450 to go. Just Virginia, tackled by Inga Cora. Mysterious Girl, a little bit tight for a stride or two. You Deserve It goes for a beautiful rails run. Coming to the 350-meter marker. You Deserve It, Inga Cora. Mysterious Girl. Blazing Astute's warming up. What's Up Buttercup? Take your pick at the 200. You Deserve It along the inside. Mysterious Girl down the middle. And all the while, Blazing Astute starts to find her best stride. Blazing Astute gets to Mysterious Girl. Blazing Astute to neck. Third, Roy's Rocker, I'll give 4th. So from the back end of the field, number 7, Blazing Astute, once again. Muzieni gets this one to lift. Blazing Astute from the back end of the field. Mysterious Girl trying to go with her. Lady Canton third. Roy's Rocker I Fancy just edges out. You Deserve It. Then What's Up Buttercup. The Alison Wright team. Messrs. Keegan Thambaran, PM Chetty and R. Chetty, Lamascroll Studbred, the Hudagra, Blazing Astute, Alison Wright and Muzieni gradually started to make up the ground. You can see there's 6, 7 of them. There's only 2 lengths separating them coming to the final 250. But when it comes down to the business end, Blazing Astute will get that 3rd career victory. And the salute from Muzieni as he jumps aboard Blazing Astute for the Alison Wright team. And number 7 pays up at R7.30, beating home Mysterious Girl in 2nd, who ended up the tote favourite. Let's just double check that. Number 4 Mysterious Girl was paying $2.30. Back to the studio.
Race number 6 on the day. It's an MR68 handicap set to be run over 1,000 meters. 20 past 3 is the off time for race 6, and your favorite is joint favorites Impartial, Don't Shoot the Barman at 33-10, 7-2 about Trafalgar Square, 9-2 Servilius, 8-1 and Better Baldos. Now it's a very trappy contest over the 5 furlongs, and I think you can make a case for a few of these horses in this event. Now, as much as I don't believe Mallorca Palace is best over 1,000 meters, I think he's better over 1,200 meters. He's low on confidence, but I think this is a race where he has to be competitive. If he can't be competitive in this event, then I think he's gonna probably battle to win a race. He's on a mark of 63. He's dropped 2 more points after. I just think he was a bit too handy and he didn't finish off his race. I think he's a horse that requires a patient ride. He needs to be switched off and run at them later on in the day. And if they go a decent gallop in this event, which they could possibly go, Servilius is a horse that can sometimes tear away to the front. Africa, who can show pace. Maguinia, another horse that can show pace. He's been running over 1,000 of late. So I think there could be some useful pace on in the race, and it could maybe suit number 8, Mallorca Palace.
I don't like the race at all. Nothing to choose between Mallorca Palace and Trafalgar Square on the form that they showed on the 5th of June when they ran 2nd and 3rd behind Mist in Scotland. And I like Trafalgar Square in this kind of a race, albeit that it's drawn towards the outside. Both Mallorca Palace and Trafalgar Square didn't fare too well when it came to the barrier positions, drawn 8 and 9 respectively. So if you like Trafalgar Square, you've got to like Mallorca Palace. But like you say, Impartial and Don't Shoot the Barman have got some form to recommend. They're drawn in gates 1 and 2. Servilius, when he won, he's made him blitzed out of the gates, and Rachel may adopt similar tactics. Wasn't a bad run behind Phyllisfield last time. So I think it's a trappy contest. Another day in Africa could be upset material. It's not cut and dried. I can't be of much help. My floating banker, if I were to put it that way, would be number 9 Trafalgar Square, because I think he's going to give us a genuine run for our money, and he'll run into the placings. But healthy respect for Mallorca Palace.
Yeah, possibly 8 and 9. You can play some swingers, exactors around those 2 horses. They are old soldiers, but they're looking to notch up another win in their career. But it does look to be the type of race where you want to go the field in race number 6 and possibly hope for an upset.
Currently in picture is number 2, Don't Shoot the Barman, from the Clinton Binder yard with the Richard Fourie aboard. Does have a little bit of a hefty weight to shoulder, 62 kgs, but a cracking last run, Paul.
Yeah, I agree with you. Number 2 we're talking about here, and great name, Don't Shoot the Barman. As you say, 62. It's got to get the weight, got to carry the weight, got to top rider. The horse won well the other day, then they ran a very good second, just beaten the other day, showing a lot of speed, course and distance. It must be a contender because it's got the pace and it's got the draw.
Moving on to number 8, this is Mallorca Palace from the Carl Hewitson yard with Sereno Mudley aboard. Does have a little bit of a... This one's paying at around about 16 Rand 10 for the win and 480 for the place. Could make up the larger quartets, back end of quartets for me. Number 8, Mallorca Palace.
Yeah, I'll go with the chance as well.
Number 5 is Maguinia from the Gary Rich yard. This is trading at around about 14 to 1 in the fixed odds betting platforms. Lengthwise wasn't far off the action in the last start, only beaten 3.25 lengths.
Yeah, it wasn't. You know, if you got to look when it won that race, it hasn't placed since. The best was its last run. So it has speed, but there's a lot of speed in the race. It'll be very interesting how this race unfolds.
Here's a look at number 4, Brass Bell. This is from the Duncan Howells yard. This horse was previously campaigning in Port Elizabeth at Fairview. Has had 2 runs on the polytrack recently, one on the 17th of July and one on the 2nd of August. Well beaten in the last start.
Yeah, I think it's got it all to do. We have to see a bit more. It has won on the poly. It's run some decent difference in the poly, but wants to go back a long way to its last pace beyond Naval's Secret. Reportedly doesn't stride out, slow out of the gate, has a lot of issues against it, but Duncan could turn around. His horses are doing well, probably run second. He gets the most seconds, old Dunk, and it looks well, but I'd like to see more.
Number 3 is Sevilius from the Stuart Ferry yard with Rachel Vinegar aboard. She takes the 1.5 kgs off. Good run in the last start, finishing 1.3 lengths behind Philly Spiel, but that was at Scottsville.
Yeah, it was her first run into the placings over 1,000. She did 3 starts before then. She hadn't placed, so probably got it to do, but it was a good run. It showed good speed. Has won the maiden at this track, which is in its favour. But 60 now to shoulder. For me, place chance.
Number 9 is Trafalgar Square from the Dennis Bosch yard. In this yard, they've already had a winner on the day. Samanga Kumalo is aboard, and this horse is holding fairly decent form lengthwise.
Yeah, for me, a big runner. This is a huge runner. Dennis could have his second winner on the day. Loves this track, gets in there. It's a first, 4 seconds, 2/3. You know, it's on its course and distance, 14 runs a first, 4 seconds, 2 places. So it's going to get a good run. Blink Kumala's just got to hope that there's enough speed around it so it gets a bit of luck and running. Luck and running will be on top of them.
Here's a look at number 6. This is Full of Magic from the Paul Gatsby yard with the apprentice KJ Lihaba aboard. He takes the 4 kgs off. This is returning around 7 Rand 90 for the win. Comes off a recent maiden win. Did win well on that occasion.
Yeah, it did. Beat James Vision, had plenty of speed. Off the back with James Lihaba riding it. It's obviously a tougher call coming out of those maidens. And again, I'm going to let it run out of the maidens before I make a decision on the horse. I want to see it in the handicaps.
Horses have exited the parade ring. They're making their way onto the track with 11 minutes to go. Let's go upstairs to Sheldon Peters.
Race number 6, online form guide, www.gallop.co.za, mid rated 68 handicap, over the 1,000 meter sprint. Number 1, Ingwa, impartial with a companion, 390. Number 3, Sevilliers, Rachel Benica. The Greyers, number 4, Brass Bell, Craig Zaki. As they put their hooves onto the poly. Number 3, Sevilliers, Rachel Benica. 4, Brass Bell, Craig Zaki. Magwinya, number 5, Cole Dickon. Number 8, Mallorca Palace, Serena Mudley. 6, Full of Magic, Kabelila Harbour. Samanga Kamalo is on 9, Trafalgar Square. Another Day in Africa, number 7, Muzieni. Sevilliers, number 3, Rachel Benica. Don't Shoot the Barman, number 2, Richard Perry with a companion, and that is the new favourite at £3.30. Between numbers 1 and 2, Impartial and Don't Shoot the Barman. There's 10 cents separating them at one point in time. And the place favourite is number 9, Trafalgar Square at £1.10. 5.60 the win.
We've just had a good look at them going down to the start here for race number 6, and the current tote favorite is Don't Shoot the Barman from the Clinton Binder yard. We touched on this earlier. Paul does have a little bit of weight to carry, 62 kgs, does have a good draw and a strong rider up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The last run was a very good one. It's going to show a lot of speed again. Richard's going to try keep it rolling. He'll try save a bit, likes the poly. But that 62 could be a great leveler here because there's a speed in the race and they might get...
In race number 2.5, this horse has a similar weight, 52 kgs, a good draw and a good last run. It's got to be a massive player here.
Yeah, I think the blinkers had a big part to play for it. I've watched Impartial get trained up at Summerfeld.
Yes.
The horse with baked beans between his ears, but MJ's ridden it all this by the Asaya. And out of a Silvana mare, and it's going to try to win a 5 furlong race.
Number 9 is Trafalgar Square with Samanga Kumalo aboard. They've already had a winner. Good consistent form lengthwise. Got to be another massive player here.
I think so. I think just needs a bit of luck and running. It's got plenty of speed, loves the track, 59 that's back with Blink Kumalo, course and distance it likes. So for me, I think luck and running, the horse to beat.
And then a horse that we watched very carefully going down to the start was number 4, Brass Bell, and you touched on that, went down very well.
Yeah, we looked through the form lines and it's come up from another province, respiratory noise, slow at the gate, not striding out. So I had a look at it, a good look at it. It looked magnificent. And then when I saw it going down at the start, moving beautifully, I thought, phew, this is striding out. So whether it means something or not, this horse is beautifully turned out and moving beautifully.
Throw that into all your trifectas and quartets. Number 4, Brass Bell with Craig Zaki aboard from the Duncan Howells yard. 14 Rand 10 for the win and 3.50 for the place. A horse like number 3, Servilius, has to be thrown into the trifectas and quartets. Last run was very good, finishing 1.3 lengths behind Philly Spiel. Didn't beat the strongest of fields when it won the maiden on that occasion, but is never far off the action lengthwise.
Yeah, 60 to carry. I think it's got a chance. It has one in the poly. Only had 3 efforts in the poly. Quartet for me, Servilius.
A horse that we didn't touch on is number 7, Another Day in Africa, from the Nathan Kotson yard with Muzieni aboard. He's been riding really well.
Yeah, ran in a work riders, if I'm not mistaken. And sometimes they don't go at the right pace and the horse doesn't come with the best results. So if we took out that race, you've got to give it some sort of a chance. But those runs were mainly over 6. It did run a 5. It ran beaten a length by Sea Vista running on those. So I expect this horse to be coming from off them. Muzi across the Yeni is having a wonderful day. So if you can take out that work riders race, you've got to throw it into trifectas and quartets.
Having a look at majority of these runners, a lot of them love to be up there with the pace, so it's very, very interesting to see how this race maps out. Possibly a horse like Mallorca Palace could be running on strongly at the end.
Could be coming at them, yeah. It's had probably prefer a 6, but it's run well over the 5. Missed in Scotland and 1 Too Many were good runs over the 5. Course and distance, 10 starts, 1 win, 1 second, and 4 thirds. So it's always seems to get a blown. And as we were talking to Graham earlier, he didn't think there's too much between 8 and 9. And I'm more with 9, I think so is he, but he definitely thinks Mallorca Palace got a shout. It's off at 14 Rand 60.
And 4 Rand 30 for the place on number 8, Mallorca Palace. So Paul, your first selection here, number 9, Trafalgar Square.
Yeah, Trafalgar Square to win it for me. That's my one tip for the race.
Okay, that's currently returning 4 Rand for the win and 1 Rand 30 for the place. My first selection is going to be number 1, Impartial, and this is from the MJ Udendal yard with Sipasi/Slangwa aboard. There is going to be a lot of speed on this in this race, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this maps out. But my top one, number 1, Impartial, Sipasi/Slangwa and MJ Udendal. Paul Lafferty, he likes number 9, Trafalgar Square. With just about 2 minutes to get your bets on, we're going to hand you upstairs to Sheldon Peters, who's going to bring them home for race number 6.
Thanks very much. Runners and riders for race number 6 behind the machine at the 1,000 metre mark. Online form guide www.gallup.co.za. Merit rated 68 handicap, 1,000 metres the trip. Minute to race times, the final 60 seconds to get those bets on. Memory serves me correct, number 4, Brass Bell. I think he started his career off here in KwaZulu-Natal with the Garth Puller stable. So back to home soil, number 4, Brass Bell the Grey. The hood's gone on number 3, Servilius. Magwinya, Purple cap with the yellow star. Don't shoot the barman. Milling around. Civilius has moved in. Magwinya. Impartial to gate 1. Red and white. Brass bell. Full of magic. Another day in Africa. Mallorca Palace, Trafalgar Square. Don't shoot the barman to 2. Speed will be aplenty. 1,000 meters. Magwinya just a little bit unsettled. Gates are open and they're racing away. A little bit of jostling there. The grey brass bells seem to get the worst of it. Full of magic is right there. Magwinya. Trafalgar Square's around him. Impartial on the inside. A line of 4. Another day in Africa just in behind these runners. Don't shoot the barman. Richard Ferry really holding on to Don't Shoot the Barman. Mallorca Palace around in the blue and white. Then comes Brass Bell and Civilias. Magwinya 4:50 to go. Trafalgar Square comes out. Impartial goes in. Full of Magic's looking for a way through. So too Don't Shoot the Barman's got absolutely nowhere to go. Another day in Africa's running on. Down the inside Magwinya. Another day in Africa. Trafalgar Square. Don't write off Don't Shoot the Barman just yet. Don't Shoot the Barman's coming. Another day in Africa. Mallorca Palace the outside. But it's another day in Africa to win it. Unlucky Don't Shoot the Barman in second. Mallorca Palace, and then Brass Bell. Well, you'll see in the head-on, number 2, Don't Shoot the Barman, very unlucky, but number 7, Another Day in Africa, will take full advantage. Number 7, Another Day in Africa, another winner for jockey Muzieni for the Nathan Kotson team. For Messrs. Visser, Kotson, Riverton Studbred, Don't Shoot the Barman second, Mallorca Palace third, and Brass Bell also didn't get the best of passages. Look at Don't Shoot the Barman. Absolutely nowhere to go. Richard Ferry, he was just waiting, and then once he came around, the race was over, and then he went between them and he gets going. But number 7, Another Day in Africa, had a clean run and kept up the momentum. Number 7, Another Day in Africa, the winner. The tote favourite ended up the runner-up. Number 2, Don't Shoot the Barman, as they go to the post. Muzieni on fire today.
Well, you've just seen a cracking finish to the running of race number 6, and it has been won by number 7, Another Day in Africa, from the Nathan Kotson yard. And it's another win on the card for jockey Muzieni. He's certainly having an absolute blast of a day today. So well done to all the winning connections of number 7, Another Day in Africa. This was bred by Riverton Stud, the owners Messias B.J. Visser and N. Kotson. So well done to all the winning connections of number 7, Another Day in Africa. And that's about to be led straight into the number 1 box. Welcome back to the winners area here at Hollywood Bets Greyville Racecourse after the running of race number 6, and it has been won by number 7, Another Day in Africa, from the Nathan Kotson yard with Muzieni aboard. The groom Eric, he receives 2,000 Rand on behalf of Gold Circle and Hollywood Bets. Well done, Eric, great victory. Lovely stuff. Let's get Nathan Kotson in first. Well done, you must be really thrilled with that win.
Yeah, definitely so. He's only, I usually run him 1200. Last time was a hard workers race. I couldn't put a gauge on that, but it looks like a lot of pace around. Just give him a bit of a chance, and Muzi said, yeah, I agree with you. And yeah, perfect ride from Muzi. Just well done to him for the good days having. And then well done to Ben and my cousin in Joburg, supports me big time. Well done to him. And then to Riverton Stud as well, and to all the guys back at home. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, and if I'm not mistaken, you've got 2 more left on the card?
Yeah, I've got 2 in the next race. One's drawn a bit deep. I think they've both got each way chances there.
Lovely stuff. Well done once again, Nathan. Keep it up.
Thank you very much.
Lovely stuff there. We're just waiting for Muzieni to come back. He's coming through now. The numbers you'll need for the quartet here is 7, 2, 8 and 4. So 7, 2, 8 and 4 as we wait for Muzieni. Muzieni is his name and winning is his game.
Yes. It's very fortunate. Sometimes obviously I got very good support in KZN, and it just comes to show, and just want to appreciate the trainers that are giving me the opportunity, and obviously it is special. One of the key players in helping my career take off, so it's extra special when I can. I know the yard hasn't been firing, but if we can get on the board for him, it's extra special.
Lovely stuff. I thought you just timed this race to perfection because the speed was on.
Yes, I was fortunate. It's quite close.
Yes.
But I just found myself almost in line in a pocket. I knew Travolga Square in front of me got very short running. He can't do it from the time, so I knew it'd come back to me, and the two horses looked like they folded, and I had the feel of the fancy horses in a little bit of they were all bunched up, and I knew I'd have the first run, and it was up to him to. And when I gathered him up, he changed legs and he dug down like he got down and he stretched and put the rest to bed quite nicely, and the ear was still flickering, so I knew I had a little bit more in the tank, so good one.
These are the days in racing that you will never forget, but the day is not over yet.
Yeah, we've had better days. It's been a classy day, but we've had better days, and obviously we group 1 chasers and quality races chasers, so we don't let it get to our heads, one day at a time. As always, Brandon, thank you so much.
Lovely stuff. Keep it up, Muzi.
Thank you very much, and for Stones Dam Corps, thank you again for the immense support.
Lovely stuff. Well done there to jockey Muzi Yeni. He's riding at the top of his game today. He's on absolute fire. And well done to the Nathan Kotson yard. Number 7, Another Day in Africa, was the winner of race number 6.
Plenty, just a little bit unsettled. Gates are open and they're racing away. A little bit of jostling there. The grey brass bells seem to get the worst of it. Full of Magic is right there. Magwinya, Trafalgar squares around them. Impartial on the inside. A line of runners. Don't Shoot the Barman on a double hold. You can see Richard Ferree really holding on to Don't Shoot the Barman. Mallorca Palace around in the blue and white. Then comes Brass Bell and Sevillas. Magwinya at the top of the lane, 4:50 to go. Trafalgar Square looking for a way through. So too, Don't Shoot the Barman's got absolutely nowhere to go. Another Day in Africa's running on. Down the inside, Magwinya. Where? Don't ride your Don't Shoot the Barman just yet. Don't Shoot the Barman's coming. Another Day in Africa. Mallorca Palace the outside, but it's Another Day in Africa to win it. Unlucky Don't Palace, and then Brass Bell. You'll see in the head-on, number 2, Don't Shoot 7. Another Day in Africa will take full advantage. For jockey Muzi Yeni for the Nathan Kotson team. For Messrs Visser, Shoot the Barman second, Mallorca Palace third, and Brass Bell also didn't get the best of passages. Look at Don't Shoot the Barman. Absolutely nowhere to go. Richard Ferree, he was just waiting, and then once he came around, the race was over, and then he went between them and he gets going. But number 7, Another Day in Africa, had a clean run and kept up the momentum. Number 7, Another Day in Africa, the winner. The toad favourite ended up the runner-up. Number 2, Don't Shoot the Barman, as they go to the post. Muzi Yeni on fire today.
We're on to race number 7, the penultimate race on the day, 1200 meters the distance. 15:55 is the off time for this fillies and mares 75 handicap. Favorite is number 2, Pour Some Sugar on Me. She's found early support from 5-1 into 7-2, along with Poppy of Bayou, 4-1 about time for glows now. I think it's a race where you can possibly narrow your selections down, and the horses that stand out to me are numbers 2, 7 and 9 in this event. And I'll start with number 7 certainly, because she's a horse that has obviously dropped a few points in the ratings, 3 more points after last start, and last time out she went flat out for, I'll say, 1,000, and she just sort of tied late on in the day to run 4th. I think the drop in trip could certainly suit her. She's got Richard Fourie on her back, which is a notable jockey booking, and this filly, she's likely to go to the front, to the head of affairs, and she could possibly stay there if she does get a soft lead, and I think she'll run a nice race at around 7 to 1 in the market. 4 something was maybe a bit too quick for her, and then Bright Star, she'll be doing her best work at the finish. But I think between those 3 horses we could potentially find the winner. But Graham, what's your thoughts on the 7th race?
Agree with the 3 you've mentioned. I would throw in as well number 6, Poppy of Bayeux. I know that she'll follow, and she hasn't won for 489 days, but the Duncan Howell stable, as we mentioned earlier, they're competitive, and Sean Veal goes well, so I wouldn't leave out number 6, Poppy of Bayeux. I think number 2, she's consistent, she's well drawn, and she'll run another very good race. I agree with you. I think 1,000 meters was too sharp for her last time, so she'll be better. And you've mentioned the other 2, a Bright Star goes well over course and distance, goes well for Muzi Yen. He doesn't have the best of the draw, but will be running on strongly at the end, and certainly is much better than she's shown in her recent form. And there are indications that she's coming back. Richard Fourie is a significant jockey booking. So I would include 4 horses. I'd include all of numbers 2, Pour Some Sugar on Me, number 6, Poppy of Bayeux, number 7, Certainly, and number 9, Bright Star. Can there be an upset? Yes, there can be. I would certainly put my hopes on those 4 runners.
Yeah, you can certainly play around numbers 2, 6, 7 and 9 in the penultimate race on the day, and a winner could hopefully come from those 4 horses.
go. Race 7, number 8. And this is Time for Glory, Waishong Mowing's runner. Blink Kamala rides it. He brought it back down to a 1200 meters. It handles the poly, this horse. And this filly has got a chance. What do you think?
Yeah, it has to have a chance at around about 5.20 for the win. The last run was not bad at all, finishing 2.4 lengths behind Morgan Le Fay. Does have a little bit of a tricky draw to contend with, but it's got a top rider aboard in the form of Samanga Bling Kumalo.
Number 7, certainly from the MJ Woodendale stable. They've got Richard Ferry to ride this. It has been runner-up in the poly before. Wasn't that Morgan Le Fay race, and well beaten by Time for Glory. Can it turn it around?
More place chance than a winning one for me. Maybe larger trifectas and quartets.
Okay, can it turn around? I'll ask you again.
Yeah, can.
You can turn around with number 8. Okay, perfect. Number 3 is next. Efficient Trader, Rachel Venica for Sean Terry. Course and distance, 1 run, 1/3. Had 3 places on the poly. The form last 2 runs makes you worry. You know, was well beaten in the same Morgan Le Fay race I've just spoken about. It came out again and never in it. So I think it's got a bit to find.
I'm in full agreement with you, and that's paying at around about 13 Rand 50 for the win, 4 Rand 50 for the place. The form is a little bit uninspiring.
Yeah. Number 4, Star Choice, Frank Robinson. It likes the course and distance. It's run here 3 times. 7-year-old now, this mare. And again, hasn't placed in its last 4 starts, but not beaten too far. As I say, course and distance right up its alley. 3 of its 4 wins have been on this surface. Gets young Caden Brewer for Frank. What do you think?
Yeah, it's been 170 days since the last run. I'm not too sure if the horse might need it or not, but nevertheless, the poly form is very, very good.
Yeah, 24 weeks out. Good point. Number 1, Pustiki. I think Cole bought this off a sale, and he's done a good job with this horse. A first and a close-up 5th, and course and distance. First time it goes over this course and distance. Strange. And but has run second on the poly, so can handle the surface. Sereno rides it, and didn't get away on terms last time, and yet finished right on top of them.
Yeah, that win on the 9th of July was very, very impressive. That was at Scottsville. Made up a lot of ground on that occasion. Does have a very good draw here, and I do think that massive contender is number 1, Aspusturki.
Number 5 is next, Harley's Fate. Nathan looking for a quick double. Goes back to a 1200. And that last run was a useful enough run. Course and distance, 2 runs for a 3rd. Has run 3rd on the poly. And can you see it's been in the trifectas?
Larger trifectas and quartets. I spoke to Nathan. He did say that they do have place chances.
That's excellent. Okay. Number 2, Pause Some Sugar on Me. Dennis Bosch, the runner. Calvin and Bieber rides it. Now here's a horse who never runs far back. Course and distance, never run. Poly, 1 run, never ran the first 3. Distance, 3 starts, a first and a second. So you know it's going to give an honest effort, this horse. The problem for me is if it gets left, it's going to lose the advantage of that good draw.
Needs to jump on terms, but I do think the 1200 meters will suit now. I think the 1000 was a little bit too sharp in the last start, so I'm hoping the 1200 can do the trick.
Okie dokie. Number 6, Poppy Bay, the horse that I like here. 54 kilos, very honest, and loves the 6 furlong. Course and distance, 4 runs for 2 seconds. Looks well. Duncan's horse is looking well. He had that grey beautifully. Was his grey in the last race, I think?
Yes, correct.
Beautifully turned out. Again, no luck for him and ran in the placings, but I do like this horse.
Recent form is very, very good. Sean Veal is aboard, and I'm quite surprised to see that this horse is paying 8 Rand 50 on the tote.
Me too. Big, big price. Number 9 is left already, I believe, Bright Star. Of course, he likes this course and distance, so we'll let Sheldon take them down for us.
Out onto the course is number 9, Bright Star. Muzieni already ridden 4 winners thus far. So well done to Muzieni. Let's move on to race number 7. Sports the white cap, Bright Star, 7 Rand 20. Number 1, Aspusterki, Spring in the Step, Serena Mudley. Pour Some Sugar on Me, number 2, Kelvin Abib. Looks tuned to the moment. Currently paying 5 Rand 30, 150 the place. And something just seemed to catch the attentions of number 2, Pour Some Sugar on Me. Number 3, Efficient Trader, Rachel Benica. Number 5, Harley's Fate, Craig Zaki in the full set of silks. 8, Time for Glory, Samanga Kamalo striding past. Star Choices number 4, Caden Brewer. Number 6, Poppy of Bayou. The rider is Sean Veal. Richard Fries on number 7, Certainly.
Right, here we go, 7 minutes to 7. Can we find you a winner here? There are no scratchings, 9 runners go to the gate. And again, let's try and work our way through them. Starting at the top with the chestnut that looked well. Apustaki from the Carl Hewison stable, 2 runs for it. The first one was a winning effort, beating Palm Breeze. The second one, it got left 2 lengths, got beat 2 lengths, ran 5th. It's run well on the poly, must have a shout.
Yeah, he's got a very, very good draw as well. Serena Mudley aboard. He knows the horse extremely well, and this could be some value at 10 Rand 50 for the win on the tote.
There you go. Pour Some Sugar on Me, Calvin Habib for Dennis Bosch. The problem is this horse gets left. You don't want that. You don't want to lose the benefit of a good draw. But the form, it's never far off. Always seems to get a blow in.
Yeah, needs to jump on terms, and I do believe that this horse is a massive runner here, and I do think the 1200 will suit.
Okay. Number 3 is Efficient Trader, Rachel Venica for Sean Terry, galloping weight 53.5. Lost a bit of gloss lately in those last 2 runs. Reportedly took no interest, and it's only had 1 attempt at a course and distance. It did place, but maybe a bit more needed.
Yeah, the recent form is a little bit uninspiring. The form is a little bit in and out, but if it does repeat the earlier form when placing on the poly track, could fill the back end of quartets, but needs to find that earlier form. Hard to assess on the 2 recent runs.
Star Choice returns from 24 weeks off. It loves the course and distance. It's won here 3 times. It's well been, left to be taken on trust, but another one that can be a bit sluggish at the gate, so it might just need it.
Might just need it, but nevertheless the stable's doing really well.
Okay, and then he's just had a winner. He's got 2 runners in this race. He's got Harley's Fate, the master of my fate, and brings it back to a 1200. That last run was a decent effort. I think it won't be too far off the speed early. Can Craig Zaki get it home for the gang?
Yeah, the last 2 runs, the form line seemed to have been working out, and when I did speak to Nathan, he did say that both his runners have big place chances.
Yeah, it did beat Apustaki as well. Poppy Bay is the horse that I like. Duncan Howells is runner. Sean Veal rides this William Longsword. Too far off, 12 under right up. It's early course and distance, 4 runs for 2 seconds. Can it turn for Duncan?
Very, very good recent form, has to be a massive contender, and this is more like her price because that is shortened now to 4.40. You remember Paul earlier was trading at around about 8.50. The guys have latched onto that.
Certainly, Richard Ferry rides for MJ Ordendale. I think it's got it all to do.
I'm in full agreement with you, maybe back end of trifectas and quartets for me.
Okay, that's Richard's ride. Number 8 is Time for Glory, the visiting horse from the Waishong Mowing stable. Bling Kamalo rides it. He brings it back to a 1200. It's at Morgan Le Fay form line, which certainly comes out of. Time for Glory comes out of, and A and Other comes out of it. So the form wasn't inspiring going into the race, a little in and out. But the last run wasn't a bad run. Do you think it can go on from it? It's currently favourite.
Yeah, it does have a little bit of a tricky draw to contend with, but has a very good rider aboard, and if repeats that last effort when running second, 2.4 lengths behind Morgan Le Fay, this will find the frame.
And then we got Bright Stars, got the worst of the draw, currently at R6.80. Muzi has had 4 winners, a 4th and an unplaced in 6 rides and 6 races. Course and distance, 3 starts at 1st and 2nd, loves it. The form's there for all to see. With the horse liking a course and distance, I wonder how Muzi's going to ride this horse.
Yeah, very, very interesting, and this is paying around R6.80 for the win and 250 for the place. Nathan did give his horses place chances, and the last run was not bad at all, finishing 1.8 lengths behind Cinnamon Blush. That was on the 23rd of July, but there has been excuses. If you look at those last 2 starts, there has been some valid excuses. Prior to that was on a winning note, notched up 2 victories there in a row. So I do think that this horse can fill in the placings from a very, very wide draw, but it's got Muzi in the saddle and he's riding very well.
Right, I'm going to close it before we go on upstairs. There's under 2 minutes to go at the race. I'm tipping Poppy of Bayou. What are you tipping?
I like number 2, Pour Some Sugar on Me, from number 1, Aspostaki.
Okie dokie. I know there's less than 2 minutes to go. Get those bets on, get those last doubles on. Let's go on upstairs to Sheldon.
Thanks, Paul. Runners and riders are behind the gate at the 1200 metre mark. www.tabgold.co.za, 75 handicap. You've got 2 minutes to get those last doubles on if you're looking to play races 7 and 8. Just removing the overreach boots on number 7, Certainly. Number 6, Poppy of Bayou, is shortened right down to the new tote favourite at 310 and 140. So the race time support for number 6, Poppy of Bayou. One stage was paying around 870, is now down to 330. Race time. Aspostaki, Efficient Trader, the first 2 to line up. Harley's Fate in the full set of silks. Bright Star with the white cap certainly is edging closer. Efficient Trader, Pour Some Sugar on Me. Time for Glory to edge in. Poppy of Bayou. Star Choice. Trip of 1,200 meters. Penultimate race of the day. Poppy of Bayou just to settle into 6. And Hardy's Fate in 5. Set. And they're racing away from the 1,200 meter marker. Certainly in the green and black silks. Time for Glory's moving around them. A line of 4. Efficient Trader. Pour Some Sugar on Me to the inside. But certainly will win the battle for the lead. Certainly goes on a length and a quarter. Time for Glory. Perfectly poised in second. Efficient Trader's racing on the outside of Pour Some Sugar on Me at the 700 meter marker. Further back in the running, Bright Star. Then comes Hardy's Fate, Poppy of Bayou. Star Choice just about to get a niggle or 2 and 3 lengths away to Aspustaki, who's got a lot of ground to do from there. Certainly skipping along at the top of the lane by 2. Time for Glory now asked for maximum, goes for the inside run. Certainly being kept together by Richard Ferry at the 300 meter marker. Time for Glory second by 3 parts of a length. Certainly continues to go. Time for Glory's on the inside. Star Choice trying to close in, but number 7 certainly is keeping going, and it's certainly Star Choice is coming late on the outside, certainly stopping as they get to the line. Star Choice from in second, certainly. Then we have Time for Glory and Aspustaki. Certainly was looking to last stone, but number 4, Star Choice, makes up 3 lengths inside the last 75 meters. Here's number 4, Star Choice, and gets up on the nod. Certainly coming to the 200 for all the money in the world. Looked like she had kicked at the right moment, but Star Choice, Frank Robinson, certainly second. Time for Glory. Aspustaki came from no man's land, but the winner Star Choice, owned by Frank Robinson, bred by Mr. DeLacy. Look at this, certainly Richard Ferry was confident coming to the 300. Where's Star Choice? Extreme right-hand side, 5, 6 to make up, and certainly was continuing to gallop, but just the last 50 meters starts to tread water, and now Richard Ferry can sense danger, and danger is number 4, Star Choice. Here's the last 50 meters, certainly now all of a sudden flattens out, and this is where Star Choice and Caden Brewer will pounce on the winning line. Back to the studio.
Well, Star Choice has come through and won, giving Frank a double on the day. Well done to Caden Brewer, who's having his last ride as an apprentice today. Well done to him. And the Wiley Hall is owned by Frank Robinson. And well done to everyone concerned, the breeder, the jockey, the owner, the trainer. This was a very gutsy last-minute win. Well, we've just seen a double for Frank Robinson because Star Choice has come through with Caden Brewer doing a great race. This horse was looked after by Jamasco Mpuma. Very well done to him being today. Right, let's have a chat with Frank. Well done, Frank. Okay, likes the course and distance.
Left she can run, this filly, but she's got legs like Charlie Chaplin in front. It turns out badly on both legs, but she's...
Stop her?
No, when she feels good, she can run.
Yeah.
She had bled once or twice too, so she comes back fresh. Her work was very good, actually. I worked with Love Bomb, and there was nothing between it. I thought, you'll be a runner. And she likes to be sat on like that, you know. Yeah, well, on to Caden Brewer, his last winner as apprentice. Shame his father was here. But yeah, I think you'll win another couple.
Yeah. Well done, Frank. Great double.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Right, here comes Caden. Come and have a chat, pal. Well done. The filly really flew home for you. This is your last ride and last winner as an apprentice.
Yes, 100%. I just have to say, first things first, a big thank you to the Academy. It's really been a wonderful time being an apprentice. It's been a whole lot of moments of ups and downs, through the dry spells, through the great moments, through the feature race winners, and just being taught everything that I've learned from the riding masters and everybody at the Academy in general. So a big thank you to them. I'm very grateful for the chance.
Where do you go now, Joburg?
Yes, it's back to Joburg after today. Yeah, that's home ground, so I'm just hoping to keep it going well. Keep things picking up as the new season gets going. It's nice to have my first winner and my last winner as an apprentice the same track, so I'm very, very grateful for that.
And at one stage I thought you couldn't win.
Yeah, the filly was very outpaced, but Mr. Robertson told me, he was like, no matter what, just don't panic. She'll always, as we come in the straight, pick up gears, and she really picked up gears, and she won a very nice race today.
Excellent. Well, everything of the best as a jock.
Thank you very much, sir. Just a big thanks again to the Academy. Big thank you to Mr. Robinson for giving me the chance to come down, and thank you to the owners, and thanks to my dad for being here. It's really, really nice to have him here.
Well done.
Thank you again to my sponsors. I appreciate the support.
Lovely. There we go. Ludaim are the sponsors, and Frank owns it. He trains it, and the stable's in great form for Frank, and a wonderful double today.
Set, and they're racing away on the 1200 meter marker. Certainly in the green and black silks, Time for Glory's moving around them, a line of 4. Efficient Trader, Pour Some Sugar on Me to the inside, but certainly will win the battle for the lead. Certainly goes on a length and a quarter. Time for Glory, perfectly poised in second. Efficient Traders racing on the outside of Pour Some Sugar on Me at the 700 meter marker. Further back in the running, Bright Star Choice, just about to get a niggle or two, and 3 lengths away to Aspustaki, who's got a lot of ground to do from there. Certainly skipping along at the top of the lane by 2. Time for Glory now asked for maximum, goes for the inside run. Certainly being kept together by Richard Ferry at the 300 meter marker. Time for Glory second by 3 parts of a length. Certainly continues to go. Time for Glory's on the inside. Star Choice trying to close in, but number 7 certainly is keeping going. And it's certainly Star Choice is coming late on the outside, certainly stopping as they get to the line. Star Choice got there on the line. From in second, certainly. Then we have Time for Glory and Aspustaki. Certainly was looking to last stone, but number 4, Star Choice, makes up 3 lengths inside the last 75 meters. Here's number 4, Star Choice, and gets up on the nod. Certainly coming to the 200 for all the money in the world. Looked like she had kicked at the Robinson. Certainly second. Time for Glory. Aspustaki came from no man's land, but the winner, Star Choice, owned by Frank Robinson, bred by Mr. De Lacy. Look at this. Certainly, Richard Furry was confident coming to the 300. Where's Star Choice? Extreme right-hand side, 5-6 to make up. And certainly was continuing to gallop. But just the last 50 meters starts to tread water. And now Richard Furry can sense danger. And danger is number 4, Star Choice. Here's the last 50 meters. Certainly now all of a sudden flattens out. And this is where Star Choice and Caden Brewer will pounce on the winning line. Back to the studio.
Race number 8. Hollywood Bets Bright Future MR 96 handicap, no doubt the best race on the day, over 1200 meters. Average rating of a 92. It's a B class event. Favorite Black White Dynamite after some Maltese at 2-1, 28-10. About Mr. Master Starter, he's found some early support. 5-1 Proud Master, it's in 7-1. And better bar those. Winter Flight is your early scratching in this contest, which means it's a field of 9 runners that are set to compete. Now, Mr. Master having his second run after layoff, and that was in the Mgeni handicap publicity event. He wasn't disgraced, and because it was over 1,000 meters, I'm happy to be with him once again, Graham, over 1200, where he's shown his best form. He loves the course and distance. He's got a good draw, and I believe everything will work out in his favor. The pace will be on, and Craig Zaki will probably be able to get his first winner for the new yard here aboard. Respect for Black White Dynamite Proud Master, who can certainly turn it on his day, but I think the race is perfectly teed up for number 3.
Well, the 2 runners that jump out of the pace of Black White Dynamite, as you said, this is the best race on the card by a country mile. And yes, Black White Dynamite has gone up 8 points, but he's still only got 54.5 to shoulder, whether it was Mr. Master Starter's got 61. But this is, as you've mentioned, Mr. Master Starter's peak run. He's unbeaten 2 from 2 over course and distance. He's got the better draw than Black White Dynamite. So it's a toss-up between numbers 3, Mr. Master Starter, number 7, Black White Dynamite. I'm not really going to split them. I think they both have to go in. I'm going to throw one horse in as backup as a potential upset result, and that is number 6, Vasim. I quite fancied it last time. Didn't run a bad race. Saddle slipped on that occasion. And I think Vasim, who's only had 2 starts on the polytrack for a 2nd and a 4th, could run a forward race. Whether he can upset Mr. Master Starter or Black White Dynamite, I'm not sure about that. But I'm going to throw him in anyway. We get in the last leg of the pick 6 and the last leg of jackpot 2. So I'm still in the camp slightly of number 7, Black White Dynamite, ahead of number 3, Mr. Master Starter. Both must go in. They look the obvious top 2 choices, and I'm going to back up with numbers. But I think the draw could be his undoing.
3, 6, 7, the horses that you could final race on the day. See him at around 8-1 in the market. Graham is hoping that this horse could possibly pop up and run a huge race at that current price, but it is quite a competitive race, and yeah, number 3, we're hoping that he can get the job done, but number 7 definitely want to go in.
Just one other worth to mention, and that's number 2, Kimura. Drawing gate number 2, possibly needed its last run, might just need another one. But for trifectas and quartets, I think you do need to throw in number 2, Kimura. He loves the polytrack.
Yeah, Kimura, another one at a decent price of around 10-1 in the market. Quite a competitive day's racing at Hollywood Bets Greyville on the polytrack. Race number 8, by far the best race on the day. Hopefully Graham and myself have managed to guide you in the right direction with regards to the meeting. Place accumulator could possibly be the way that you want to go on the day. Could pay a decent dividend come race number 8. And all the best with all of your bets on Wednesday.
We're on to the lucky last now, which is race number 8, and currently in picture is number 4, Aqua Bolt. This is from the Andre Nell yard with Byron and the team. Robert Carty is aboard. Beaten 11th in the last start, 6.9 lengths behind Beecham Wood. Boy, that was on the 19th of July. Did come back after a little bit of a break. Would have tightened up from that run. And that's currently returning 14 Rand 90 the win and 660 for the place. Here's a look at number 1, Maximus. This is the son of Vercingetorix from the Dean Cannemeyer yard. 84 days since the last race. Calvin Habib is aboard. This horse does have a very, very good draw, and he's also got a powerful turn of foot. Looks really well in the parade ring and has got to be a serious contender here. Massive draw swing around. The last time was drawn 10 out of 11 and is Here's a look at number 10, Proud Master from the Stuart Ferry yard. This individual's been running fairly well, and the last start finished 5.3 lengths behind MK's Pride. That was, of course, in a feature race. Does have a little bit of a wide draw to contend with, but there is 2 scratchings on his inside. Looks really, really well, and is the type of horse that will be flying late in the day. Here's a look at number 2, Camorra from the Tony Riverland yard. They've already had a winner earlier. Sereno Mudley is aboard, and this has a very, very good barrier gate of barrier gate 2. Last start finished 5.25 lengths behind Royal Guide. Did lead on that occasion. Currently returning 11 Rand 30 for the win and 190 for the place. Looks really, really well in the parade ring. Here's a look at number 7. This is Black White Dynamite from the Peter Muscat yard with 3 Rand 40 for the win and 1 Rand for the place. Very impressive last win on the 2nd of August when beating Purple Operator by 4 lengths. Has got to go into all bets here with Richard Fourie aboard. Currently in picture is number 5, Dock of the Bay from the Michael Roberts yard with Rachel Finnicker aboard. Recent form is a little bit uninspiring, but note the last run was on the 19th of July 2023. Prior to that did return after a break, so I'm sure they'll be hoping for a much improved performance from number 5, Dock of the Bay. So majority of the runners have left the parade ring. Currently in picture is number 6 Vasim with Muzi Yeni aboard. Now he's been having a fabulous day thus far. He's had a lot of winners on the card and he'll be hoping to notch up another win here in the last race, and this one is from the Paul Lafferty yard. This rider has taken a drop in the merit ratings, does race off a 97, but we know that he's got tons of ability and he is very, very classy, and this is paying at around about 5 Rand for the win on the tote, as we go upstairs to Sheldon Peters to take them down to the start.
Field appearing out the chute for race number 8, which is the Hollywood Bets Bright Future 96 handicap. The trip is 1200 meters. Calvin Abib rides number 1, Maximus. Serena Mudley's on number 2, Kimura. Mr. Master Starter is number 3, Craig Zaki. Aquabolt 4, Robert Carty. Dock of the Bay number 5, Rachel Venica. Black White Dynamite number 7, Richard Ferry. Number 10 is Proud Master, Sean Veal. Far Side number 6, Vasim, Muzieni.
Right, welcome back to the 8th race, 10 minutes to go. There are 2 scratchings here, take out horses 8 and 9, and the field's cut down to 8 runners. We'll be able to run through them all. The favourite as we talk is Black White Dynamite from the Pete Muscat stable. We'll start there. And very good win last time out. When let me go on glasses on, they put the blinkers on and it absolutely trotted up. They put the blinkers on again, and on that run, it's got to be a runner here.
Yeah, massive runner here, very impressive win, beating Purple Operator by 4 lengths, and does have a reasonably good draw. This is a 2 scratchings. You can take out number 8 Willow Express and number 9 Winter Flight, so that leaves us with just 8 runners. Got to be a massive player.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's go down the bottom to number 10 Proud Master, a horse that course and distance 5 runs 3 wins and a third, has ability, gonna have to have a bit of luck from the draw, and as I said, this surface doesn't worry it. Comes back down to 12. I think this horse will be doing some good work late.
Yes, if the speed is on, this is the horse that will be flying at them very late in the day. He seems to be holding his form lengthwise very, very well. He's a very honest type.
Yeah. Okay, we're working our way up now. Number 6, Vasim with us. He's come down the merit ratings from 111. He's a 97. So 2 runs on the poly. He's at a 2nd and a 4th. He loves the surface. Muzi up. He's having a really good day with 4 winners. And I think this horse has got to go in your top 3 on his work at home. He really is working well. There are some horses with good form in this race, but I do feel he'll run a big race today.
Yeah, there has been some solid support for number 6 Vasim. That's shortened down to 5 Rand for the win on the tote. I had a good look at him in the parade ring. He looks really, really well. He's currently now, and we all know that he is loaded with ability. He's got about a bit of class about him, even though he is a 7-year-old, and massive positive It's got Muzi Yeni aboard, who's riding really, really well.
All right, Michael's got Dock of the Bay, that's number 5. Rachel rides it, they take the 1.5 off, but the form's not there at the moment.
Yeah, no, 100%. The recent form is a little bit uninspiring, and that run on the 19th of July did come after a bit of a break, so may tighten up after that run, and I'm sure they'll be looking for some sort of improvement.
Yeah. Okay, then Aquabolt. Robert Carty rides this for Andre Nell, and again, I need to see a little bit more.
Yeah, no, 100%, you hit the nail on the head. The recent form is not inspiring. The last start finished 11th, 6.9 lengths behind Beecham Wood Boy, but that one also came after a little bit of a break, so I'm sure this one will be much fitter now.
Then we got Mr. Master Starter, a lovely horse, a master of my fate. 4 starts on the poly, 3 wins and a third, course and distance 2 for 2. And ran in the listed. This is its 3rd run back. Good run to Beecham Wood Boy. Pray for rain, a good run. This horse, even with 61, is a big price at R6.10 a win.
Yeah, he's got a lot of ability, this horse, but friendless in the betting market because originally opened at around about 22 to 10, then drifted to 28 to 10, and I could see now on the tote returning R6.30 for the win, but does have ability and is a player here.
Okay, then we move on to Tony Rivlin's runner, Kimura. This comes back to a sprint and campaigner's trip. Is the 1400. He's got very good form over it. And they weren't the worst runs the last couple of runs. Has won 3 on the poly of 9 starts, 3 first and 3 seconds. So he's a horse that's just turned 6. And has a lot of ability. I wonder how keen he's going to be and to push the pace from that draw, but certainly not prayerless. It was 54.5.
Draw and is running over 1200 meters now, so I think they'll probably just slot this horse in and will be running on very strongly. But do take note, this horse has been up there with the speed before, so a very interesting runner for me.
Okay, let's have a look at Maximus next. This is another Vercingetorix in the race. Calvin Habib for Dean Kaname. He has 2 runners in here. This is off at R7.30. Been campaigning over further. Has had 3 months off, but I thought it went down very well. Whoa. So on best form, it's won 6 on the poly out of 7. This horse might be able to run fresh and get its nose in the trifectas from that draw.
Yes, this horse has a very good draw. It's a massive draw swing around because the last start he was drawn 10 out of 11, and then prior to that the form was very, very good. So you've got to factor this horse into the equations.
Yeah, it's got plenty of speed, but over slightly further. So what's key to me is going to be who's going to make the pace. I know Maximus is a quick horse and a pace setter over a tad further. Kimura is a pace setter over a tad further. Mr. Master Starter shouldn't be too far off them early in the race. Vasim shouldn't be too far off them. Black White Dynamite, really impressive win last time when it found support. And it's got to have a chance as well of sitting just off them. And then Proud Master, we agree, will probably come from the back.
Yes, this horse is drawn wide, so they'll probably just be looking to slot him in. And if you just draw a line through that last start when he finished 5.3 lengths behind MK's prior, that was against strong company on that occasion. Prior to that, his form has been very, very good lengthwise. He's a very honest horse, and he looked really, really well going down. That's currently paying R7.10 for the win and R2.70 for the place. Is number 10, Proud Master. The current favorite is Black White Dynamite from the Peter Muscat yard with Richard Fourie aboard, and that's paying at around about R2.60 for the win. Paul, your runner, number 6, Vasim, that's paying around about R5.70 for the win. A really nice price from an individual that I think is going to run an absolute cracker here.
Yeah, there's not much more we can add. There's just over 2 minutes to get your bets on for the last race on the card. So we'll leave you in peace. We're going upstairs to Sheldon to call the 8th race today.
Final 2 minutes to get involved in race number 8. Hollywood Bets Bright Future 96 handicap. They'll be sprinting over 1,200 meters to bring down the curtain on today's race meeting. Number 7, Black White Dynamite, £2.50, 110. Closest market rival, number 3, Mr. Master Starter at £5 and 170. Starters climbing the rostrum. Roll will be called any moment now. Final opportunity to get involved in race number 8. Black White Dynamite. Flawless performance with the blinkers on last time out. Moving in. Maximus. Mr. Master Starter's turn. Next is Basim. Proud Master. Aquabolt. We're looking to cause a bit of an upset here. Number 4, Aquabolt at 20 Rand. In the meantime, Docker the Bay. Proud Master's up. Kimura. Starters about to bid them farewell. Race 8. Hollywood Bets Greyville. Sprinting away from the 1,200 meter marker. Mr. Master Starter, the first one to hit the poly running. Maximus in the green and black is second. Kimura, the seams around them. Aquabolt towards the inside of runners. Then we have Docker the Bay, only 4 lengths off the leaders. Proud Master towards the end of the line. And that leaves Black White Dynamite at the 8 peg. Last, but only 6.5 lengths off the leader. Mr. Master Starter going to try and make each and every stride a winning one. Pressed by Kimura. Maximus waits at the paint, the seams around them, Docker the Bay. Aquabolt further back in the running. Proud Master, black sleeves and cap towards the outside, and Black White Dynamite's going to angle out and look for a way through. 300 to go, and Mr. Master Starter the one to get a hold of. Proud Master's running a big race. Black White Dynamite's looking for a way through. Here's Proud Master starting up his engine on the outside, 150 to go. Black White Dynamite's trying to get into it, but it's number 10, Proud Master, going on for the win. Black White Dynamite second, then Mr. Master Starter, Kimura and the Seaman Photos. Black White Dynamite just has to ease for a stride with about 100 meters to go. Proud Master in front, Black White Dynamite just had to ease for a stride, but Proud Master was on his way to victory, struck at the right moment and raced away from the opposition. Black White Dynamite puts the nose down second. Mr. Master Starter's on the inside of runners. Kimura just ahead of the seam. Proud Master, Messrs. Stain and Burr, bred by the Clifton Stud. Black sleeves and cap. Seanville comes to the outside. You'll see Black White Dynamite for a few strides, nowhere to go. He's got to come towards the outside, but Proud Master's gone. And in just the last 100 meters, Proud Master, and it's tight for Black White Dynamite, has to be eased for a stride or two, and Proud Master goes on for the victory. And he wins by over a length, about a length and a half as they come down to the line. Black White Dynamite second, Then we have Mr. Master Starter and Kimura. That's it for the time being from
Well, you've just seen the running of race number 8, which was the lucky last, and it has been won by number 10, Proud Master, for trainer Stuart Ferry. Sean Veal was aboard, and this horse came flying through towards the outside to claim victory off a solid pace. The top 4 numbers here in race 8, 10, 7, 3 and 2. Well done to all the winning connections of number 10, Proud Master. This was bred by Clifton Stud, the owners Mr. and Mrs. DJ Stain and Mr. E.W. Burr. So well done to all the winning connections of number 10, Proud Master, who's about to be led straight into the number 1 box. Welcome back to the winners area here at Hollywood Bet's Greyville Racecourse for the last time today, and we've just seen a fantastic victory from number 10, Proud Master, and this was trained by Stuart Ferry and ridden by Sean Veal, and the groom, his name is Sam. He receives 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywood Bets and Gold Circle. Well done to you, sir. Great stuff. Okay, let's get the winning trainer in first. We're going to get Stuart Ferry in. Well done. Great victory. Swoop through on the outside.
Yeah, listen, back to 12 on the poly. Maybe last time we were a bit greedy, but you have to take your chance. So we took our chance in the mile on the turf, and now it's just much better on the poly, and the race is always going to be run to suit him today with pace on. And yeah, just obviously well done to Doug. His first time, I think he's not chased in the bush somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and thanks to Eric, he's a stalwart, and yeah, well done to Shawnee.
Well done to you once again. Congratulations, and it's a great way to end the day.
Yeah, no, always a good way to end.
Lovely stuff. Keep it up, Stuart. Okay, let's get the winning rider in, Sean Veal. Well done, Sean. I thought a great ride from you.
Yeah, you know, his form speaks for itself. Last time I begged him, please, polytrack. Obviously, everybody wanted to go for a money race, which I knew was the wrong thing to do, but he still ran a creditable race.
Yes.
You know, and coming back to the 6 furlong on a poly, I said to Stewie, today, doesn't matter. I heard everybody saying about the draw. I said, I know how good my horse is on a poly.
Yes.
He on a poly track, as a young horse, I think he ran third, but he was still a puppy then. The older he's got this horse, he's matured a lot, and today he just showed his true ability. He blew them away. Well done to Stewie, to all the owners, to Mr. Ban and his wife. Thank you very much for the opportunity. To Mr. Burr, obviously to Mr. and Mrs. Trier. I know they watch this race, guaranteed. And obviously to our team, you know, Daffers behind Stewie. And my team, my wife, my 2 boys, this one's for them.
Lovely stuff. All the best to you, Sean, and keep it up.
Thank you very much.
Lovely stuff there, chatting to Sean Veal. The winner of race number 8 is Proud Master. This was trained by Stuart Ferry. It was bred by Clifton Stud. The owners, Mr. and Mrs. DJ Stain and Mr. E.W. Burr. Well done to all the winning Master.
Bidding farewell. Race 8. Sprinting away from the 1200 meter marker. Mr. Master Starter, the first one to hit the poly running. Maximus in the green and black is second. Kimura, the seams around them. Aquabolt towards the inside of runners. Then we have Dock of the Bay, only 4 lengths off the leaders. Proud Master towards the end of the line. And that leaves Black White Dynamite at the 8 peg. Last, but only 6.5 lengths off the leader. Mr. Master Starter going to try and make each and every stride a winning one. Pressed by Kimura. Maximus waits at the paint, the seams around them, Dock of the Bay. Aqua Bolt further back in the running. Proud Master, black sleeves and cap towards the outside, and Black White Dynamite's going to angle out and look for a way through. 300 to go, and Mr. Master Starter, the one to get a hold of. Proud Master's running a big race. Black White Dynamite's looking for a way through. Here's Proud Master starting up his engine on the outside, 150 to go. Black White Dynamite's trying to get into it, but it's number 10, Proud Master, going on for the win. Black White Dynamite second, then Mr. Master Starter, Kimura and the Seaman Photos. Black White Dynamite just has to ease for a stride with about 100 meters to go. Proud Master in front, Black White Dynamite just had to ease for a stride, but Proud Master was on his way to victory, struck at the right moment and raced away from the opposition. Black White Dynamite puts the nose down second. Mr. Master Starter's on the inside of runners. Kimura just ahead of the seam. Proud Master, Messrs. Stain and Burr, bred by the Clifton Stud. Black sleeves and cap. Sean Veal comes to the outside. You'll see Black White Dynamite for a few strides, nowhere to go. He's got to come towards the outside, but Proud Master's gone. And then just the last 100 meters, Proud Master, and it's tight for Black White Dynamite. Has to be eased for a stride or two, and Proud Master goes on for the victory. And he wins by over a length, about a length and a half as they come down to the line. Black White Dynamite, Starter and Kimura. That's it for the time being from myself, Sheldon Peters. Back to the studio.
his ORT. Starter releases them, and they broke in a really level line for the 3 runners. He's starting to muster good speed on the inside. He jumped about half a length slower than the other 2, but he's now going to go up and roll to the front with Star Express just happy to take a sit, and that just flushes King of 61 out wide, but Jurik's just happy to keep him there, the 8 rated runner. So there's only about 1 length cover in the field as they start to swing around the bend, and they're going to take the turn in unison. On the inside, Navy Seals for Shafraza Salih. Star Express has travelled lovely throughout in the middle, and out 3 deep facing the breeze is King of 61, starting to loop around now and just get that neck advantage on the other 2 runners. Swinging around and facing the corner, and they've got about 250 metres left to go. It's King of 61 who's doing it better for Jurik. Gives him a little click up now, and he goes on now to put a length and a half pretty quickly on the fast, dropping off Navy Seals, Star Express into second. But King of 61, he'll go on and win this in very easy style. Wins it by about 5.5 lengths on the line to Star Express, and Navy Seals, who led him up, finished at 3rd position.